back, my judges. I got Roselle, I got Sharon, I got Angela, I got Preston. They did a fantastic job yesterday, and we are just gonna improve on it today, if there's any room for improvement. We're gonna start with the last two non-pictures of the year categories. It's going to be politics, it's gonna be general news. If you need to recuse yourself, you'll go through the first round of judging, and then if your item is still there, then you'll step back. We didn't have that problem yesterday, but I hope we don't today. Again, more gin and tonics are needed because you are not allowed to go past 1 HM, as you saw yesterday. You guys are doing great in reading captions, in knowing the situation of the photos. I realized we didn't do it yesterday for breaking news, but we all knew the breaking news, so we didn't have to read it. But it helps. Photographers often say, why didn't they look at captions? You're looking at captions, and I appreciate that. Any other problems? We're not going to have them. We have 16 projects, and I'm going to read you, aren't I? Oh my. Well, you know what it is. By the time you get to the first round done, I'll tell you what politics is. I think it might still be up on my iPad, but we'll see what happens. Oh, look, yes. Dun, 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 dun. Here it is. Woo. Politics story. A picture story from election coverage, coverage of political candidates, and other political issues. Up to 12 images. So I'm going to turn off the light, sweet darling, to quote Donna Summer.
The dial.
Did dial. Dial it. I swear I dialed. That one. That's the one. The light switches out. All right. Let's begin. What do we do? Is that good by doing first like this?
Yep.
Then you'll kill? Excellent.
A confederacy of conspiracy. Ron's death sentence. Party of none. The silencing of transgender lawmaker Zuli Zephyr. Trump's America. The McCarthy era. A president's hometown. No questions. Georgia's transgender youth law. Door County political bellwether. Balance. Let trans kids grow up. Tennessee Representatives Justin Jones and Justin Pearson expelled and returned. 269 days. 15 rounds. Wrong man, wrong time.
Hey CJ, can you just scroll down a little bit?
Sure. Probably gonna read it at the
I think the let trans kids grow up might be a nod to me.
Mm-hmm. You want to
It's
click
just-
on the stop? 1, 2, 3, there, yep. You want to just flip through it really quick just to be sure? All right, let's go back to the beginning and let's flip through them all, I guess.
And vote.
Yeah, and you can vote now as we look at it if you don't care for it. I don't want to say that. If you don't think it makes it to the final 4, you must care for it. We're watching.
Tell me if you want me to go faster or slower.
Okay, so it might be good to read the description, so I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at.
I can. The annual Conservative Political Action Conference is equal parts tent revival, sales convention, political meeting, and for-your-ring circus. This year it was all Trump. Fearing his devoted base, many mainstream political leaders and presidential candidates stayed away. Only the most ardent MAGA devotees made the pilgrimage. The few pin-collecting, flag-wearing enthusiasts who did attend lapped up the culture war catnip with delight. At CPAC, whether it's a red hat or the red scare, everyone has something to say or something to sell, and often it's both at the same time.
I think it's out too.
I could go out and make some stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could be out too.
I'm good.
It's out?
Yeah. Out.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was seen as the only viable Republican primary challenger to Donald Trump, the heir apparent to the MAGA movement. Trump without the baggage. DeSantis amassed an impressive war chest, had the backing of major conservative donors, and was polling within a stone's throw of the former president. By the time of DeSantis' botched launch on Twitter, he had already begun to melt down. His campaign was plagued by financial and operational dysfunction, and Iowans quickly learned about his disdain for retail politics and unwillingness to take on the frontrunner Trump. He endured relentless attacks about his footwear, facial expressions, and robotic interactions with voters. His lackluster performance in the primary debates left him overshadowed by an energetic political newcomer, Vivek Ramaswamy, and found him in a losing battle for second place with former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley.
And
And
Kevin McCarthy's brief tenure as Speaker of the House of Representatives came to an inglorious end 9 months after it began in a devil's bargain with the party's extreme right flank. On October 3rd, McCarthy was ousted by those same far-right members who gave him the gavel. For 3 chaotic weeks, a rudderless party tried and failed to elect a new speaker, rejecting candidate after candidate from both moderate and extremist wings. On October 25th, they settled on backbench congressman from Louisiana, a hard-right religious conservative best known for leading a behind-the-scenes legal effort to deny President Biden's election in 2020.
do you guys feel like the caption, description is more about Kevin McCarthy, but I see more photos of
I think it's okay.
This is an end for me.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I have 2 outs. Are there more? Oh, wait.
I'm
was in.
I'm in on this one.
Yeah,
gotcha.
it's all ends.
Over the course of the Montana legislative session in the spring of 2023, one of the state's first openly transgender lawmakers was silenced and then ousted from the State House of Representative chamber. Rep. Zoe Zephyr, a Democrat, was blocked from the floor after comments she made about legislators voting for Senate Bill 99, aimed at banning gender-affirming care for minors. The bill brought by Rep. John Fuller, a Republican, sparked extensive opposition testimony and protests throughout the legislative session. During debate on the floor of House of Representatives, Zephyr made remarks about legislators having blood on their hands for supporting the legislation. She was subsequently silenced from the debate.
This is an end for me.
and for me.
From courtrooms to campaign rallies, former President Donald Trump fiercely battles to safeguard both his freedom and political capital in his pursuit of re-election.
And
And
It's in for me.
From House Minority Leader to Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy becomes the first speaker ever in U.S. history to be removed from office.
out for me.
It's out for me.
Two in. It stays in. Two ins, it stays in.
Former United States President is from the small farming community of Plains, Georgia. Following his presidency, he did what very few former presidents have done. He returned to his small hometown to live. His legacy has helped keep the town alive. Several locations in town have become part of a national park honoring Carter. To further ensure the town's survival, Carter and his former First Lady, Rosalind Carter, decided to be buried near their home in order to keep visitors coming to the town after they are gone. 2023 brought attention to Plains when it was announced that President Carter had entered hospice care, and later in the year when Rosalind passed away.
Out.
In.
And
So I guess that's in. It's in, because there's two ins.
yeah, in for me.
Do we have a caption?
Let me read through. U.S. President Biden and his administration have chosen to keep the news media at arm's length as a part of a deliberate strategy for re-election, as he has held the fewest news conferences since former President Reagan. Even after being elected with the message of transparency, the administration has gone to great lengths to keep the media at bay, as to not put the president in a position to be misquoted or put on the record with an oops moment or gaffe. All presidents avoid reporters when they can, yet Biden may achieve a record in his press avoidance, as the White House press secretary routinely refuses to answer reporters' questions, and Secret Service officers are used as shields to block cameras.
In.
Out.
Yeah, I think I'm out. All right, it's out. It's nice.
In March 2023, the Georgia legislature passed Bill SB 140, a bill sponsored by State Senator Cardin Summers, banning gender transition surgery and certain hormone therapies for transgender youth. Throughout the legislative process, opponents of the bill staged protests and pleaded with the legislature to reconsider. Georgia's law is part of a wave of similar laws in Republican-backed legislators across the country. This series, built from daily news coverage, documents the passage of the bill through the Georgia legislature and highlights some of the people who are affected by it.
Out.
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 A peninsula that stretches from Green Bay, Wisconsin, out into Lake Michigan, Door County has acted as a bellwether in both state and national elections. Voters in the county, which is known for tourism and agriculture, have voted in line with the presidential election results every election this century. It is the only county in a swing state to do so. This story creates a portrait of the political bellwether, Door County.
Out.
Out.
It's two outs. Do I have two ins?
Out.
Three outs.
President Biden frequently mentions legacy. The career politician campaigned on a return to normalcy, and 2023 is a reminder that normal is not simple or easy for any U.S. president. This Biden's was last full year before 2024's U.S. presidential election. Biden routinely has his age, health, and mental ability challenged by opponents to a point which worries supports. The U.S.'s traditional alliances and relationships continue to evolve as the world also faces challenges to their own post-COVID economic recoveries. China's continuing rise as one of the world's most powerful economies. The nation has become an economic and political rival to Washington. Funding military aid to Israel in its conflict with Hamas has put pressure on aid to Ukraine in their conflict with Russia. President Biden's mastery of the state, where he
That's
spent...
good, I think.
Okay.
In.
Out.
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 Okay, it's out.
And we said, let trans kids grow up, we already said this, is that?
Yep.
Reps Justin Pearson, Democrat Memphis, and Justin Jones, Democrat Nashville, who were expelled after the GOP supermajority moved to oust the Democratic lawmakers for briefly leading gun reform chants on the House floor in the wake of the March 27 Covenant school shooting, where 6 people were murdered. For days after the school shooting, thousands of demonstrators descended on the State House to call for increased gun regulations and, later, protest the treatment of the Tennessee Three. The expulsion proceedings, which led to the temporary ousting of Pearson and Jones on April 6, aggravated political tensions, sparked widespread backlash against the GOP supermajority, and largely defined the 2023 legislative session where little action was taken on gun safety issues.
And
In.
From the moment Kevin McCarthy became Speaker of the House of Representatives, a small group of ultra-conservative members of his own party were looking for an opportunity to unseat him. The first half of the year looked promising as he worked to become the People's Speaker, but due to his historically thin majority in the House, McCarthy was forced to compromise with Democrats and President Joe Biden on a federal budget and avoid a government shutdown. The compromise spelled disaster for his tenure, and McCarthy became the first speaker in American history to be removed through a motion to vacate 269 days after he was elected.
And
In.
2 ends. Yeah, it could be in. All right,
As Republican leader Kevin McCarthy's party regained power over the House of Representatives, he focused all his energy on becoming the Speaker of the House. Years earlier, he had tried to become leader but fell short. Now, with the gavel within reach, McCarthy was facing opposition from the ultra-conservative members of his own caucus. After 4 days and 15 rounds of voting, McCarthy did win the speakership, but made so many concessions to his opponent that the seeds were sown for his downfall later in the year.
and
Okay, 2 ends.
As one of the founders and leaders of the Insurgent Freedom Caucus, Jim Jordan thought he could be Speaker of the House. In the bloody wake left behind the removal of Speaker Kevin McCarthy by fellow caucus members, Jordan stepped into the breach. However, the far-right group ended up being better at breaking things apart than building a consensus, and Jordan paid the price. He failed to get more than 200 of the necessary 217 votes in 3 rounds of voting, and his nomination was stripped during a secret conference ballot.
Out.
outs.
All right, down to 9, 16 to 9, not bad. What would you like to see again, or what do you think doesn't rise to the top?
I think a president's hometown was okay to me.
I really liked that one. I thought it was a different kind of look at politics. I thought it was well shot. Thought it was an interesting story.
I like it too, you know, just because, to your point, it's different from your typical who's who in politics. And I thought they did a decent job of capturing the character of Plains, Georgia. You know, some of the images are really quiet, but but still, based on the others, I think it at least stands out a bit, and it's shot well.
I guess I was expecting more of Jimmy Carter's not like present but influence. expecting more
Mm.
photos of that.
Mm-hmm.
in
Of
the
his
series.
influence?
Yeah, it's like some of the scenes to me it feels irrelevant.
But, yeah. I don't know. Seems like he's saving the whole town though. And to me, that's quite an influence, just in a more unexpected way.
Mm-hmm.
As a picture of a town and not necessarily about Jimmy Carter, I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's a top one for me.
There's a president's hometown, so I was thinking like
Can we speak up a little bit?
it can be in for now. We can talk more about it.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I do. I like it a lot. I mean, I think it's,
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to talking through it more once we get it down.
Yeah, I'm down.
Could we run through just the contact sheet view of everything one more time, just
Yeah.
very quickly?
This one didn't make it to me.
Yeah, it didn't make it for me either.
Nor did the Ron DeSantis one either.
This is quite strong to me, this series.
Yeah.
I think this one's great.
But,
Yeah, this one's great. It came 2-star. Oh, this one too.
Yeah.
You wanna do 2-star?
Yeah, Trump's America and the one after that, I vote for it. No?
I wasn't throwing this.
This one?
I wasn't throwing this at all.
Oh, this one.
You do
Yeah.
like it?
Yeah, I do too.
2-star this one, please.
Preston?
This one didn't do a lot for me, no. But I'm not opposed to it.
Well, I mean,
So I guess 1-star for now.
So,
I thought this is particularly strong. It's hard to get two people to profile. I thought he did a decent job.
there's a lot of really nice moments in this one.
I was like, why didn't you put the other?
I don't know. I wondered. I actually wondered if it was the same.
Yeah, I think it's a
right,
different
yeah,
photographer.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
this
like,
one is
I like
good.
a lot of the moments. To me, it's visually not hitting on all the cylinders like some of the others. But
Yeah.
there's some nice images.
There's some good symbolism there. Like that second photo, the vertical,
Mm-hmm.
might be the first vertical in the whole competition I've seen.
No, there were others. The rodeo, sports portrait that you gave first place to. I still remember.
It's still early. It's not even.
Yeah, no, I do like that second frame a lot.
Yeah.
I'm cool with talking more about this series later on.
Yeah. I can be swayed, but I think it's worthy of discussion. Go back. Yeah, okay.
This one, some of the frames are pretty unique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think this one rises for me.
I mean, there's some nice clean frames in there. I'm a sucker for clean frames.
I think we can
moments.
keep it for now. I can keep it for now.
Can I give it 2-star? So, we do have a lot of categories to get through, so I think we should try to hash this out
Mm,
now as much as we can.
that's fine.
So, Sharon for now.
Did we want to, the Justin Jones and Justin Pearson?
Yeah, they did like that one, so that was a 2. Okay, so,
I don't know the one that's second to the last would be like 2-star, to be honest.
yeah, I wouldn't advocate for it.
I think it's very strong, but we might have stronger options.
Yes, I feel like the one that we saw earlier was stronger.
Yeah.
But the Trump and McCarthy both,
So giving this an out?
to me, is like
A 1 star, back down to 1?
Back down.
Yeah, back
Okay.
down to 1, yes.
So if we go back and we only do the 2 star, 1, 2, 3, you're down to 3. Wait, but the hometown gets 2 stars?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and then,
Party of Nine?
What do you guys think about Santa's story?
Hey.
Sorry, wrong Santa, yeah.
I think I could lose that.
Yeah, this one,
I like this one.
I can use this one as well.
I think it's visually really interesting. I mean, you know, considering what the photographer had access to, I think these are, you know, it's nice seeing. But if I'm in the minority.
Yeah, I just
think
don't see where it speaks to his downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
There are some
that's,
really
There are some nice images though. I do agree with that.
but seriously, yes, great, nice images, great singles. I really like the second one.
Yeah, the second and the last one are,
Yeah, the second and last one was really,
but I don't get the story.
The story, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see
Yeah,
that.
I felt like
Okay, it's an out,
connected.
so then. So can we just flip through the contact sheets of the ones that are 1 star? Yep, let's do those 4. The first one?
I don't think any of these,
15 rounds might be an out too.
yeah, I don't think any of these, to me, none of these are gonna rise.
Yeah. Is everybody okay with all these being out?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, all of these?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, I thought we were just talking about 15. Can I see the first and the third again?
This is,
And then the third one?
Sorry, I just want to. Go back to that 15 rounds.
yeah, 15 rounds is not too bad.
269. I thought the first one was sort of those 4 my favorite, but
Yeah.
This one?
the,
Of these 4, the first
yeah,
one?
the first one,
Party of None?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Okay,
Let's
wanna keep that one?
Yeah, let's keep
Okay.
Party of None.
All right.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So this one's in, but the other 3 are out.
Well done, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Very hard political story to tell.
Mhm.
Yeah, I still feel like Trump's America and the McCarthy era, to me, are pretty strong.
Can we see those contact sheets?
This one is really strong.
That is very strong.
Yeah, there's some real expected pictures though, I think.
Sorry?
I think that there's some real expected photos in here.
Which one do you think?
With him walking up to the plane. The face painting doesn't do anything for me. The silhouette at the end feels a little. I mean, there's also frames I really like. I mean, you know, the one in the bar, which we've seen, and then the one after that, the podium, I like. Oh, and the plane one is really nice. So I don't know, but to me, it's not a slam dunk.
I think this is my number 2.
And the crowd and the teleprompter. I mean, they're all, you know, half of them are photos I've seen a bunch.
I feel like the moderation from the woman's face with the flag,
Yeah.
to me, is really strong.
Yeah, that one stood out to me.
Yeah.
Really
The
nice.
details, some really nice details in the sequence.
Yeah, I mean,
It's very
like, yeah, I mean, I agree, like, some of the photos may be a bit cliche, but I still think it helps advance the storytelling.
Yeah, the editing is really well done.
Yeah, the feels like
the
a story.
sequence,
Mhm.
yeah, the sequence, like one after another is very connected with each other.
Can we look at the McCarthy era?
The opening scene is really nice.
And that car detail.
Yeah. And then the hand. Oh, this one, yeah. Wow, this is some exclusive access.
Yeah, I mean, not to argue your point, Siobhan, I'm not sure if it's, is it exclusive? I think it's some good seeing, though.
You mean like?
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure, like, he's got it, or he or she, or they have exclusive.
That access though.
Yeah, the car,
Seems very hard to get.
and then the hotel room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing that sort of behind the scenes very often.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely in my top two.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right.
The opening scene to me is very good. Very
Let's keep it in.
unexpected opening scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that better than the Trump one. Which one are we thinking? Are we still thinking that party if none would go? And then you're left with the other four?
Let's look at Tennessee. Can you, yeah, can you page them? Yeah, thanks. So, I may have, I admit, I may have some, biases with stories that feature people of color at times, because there are some nuances that really stick out to me. There are 3 photos that I'll explain.
The fourth.
Yeah, the 4th one,
Mm-hmm.
with the afro, being in, the chamber, I think is pretty strong. And I've seen variations of,
Yeah.
Justin Peterson with folks.
I don't think you're biased. It's just, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm second to that, yes.
And then the other one is like the vertical shot with the deputies looking. And there's another one too where the deputies, there's like a shallow depth of field and they're looking, which one is it? Where is it? Is that all of them?
I'm not sure about the last one.
Oh, it's that one where they're hugging. The 3rd photo,
Yeah, the ending.
that one there as well.
Uh-huh.
That's
It's
Yeah, I
just,
like that one.
yeah, it's some
You know,
really strong scene.
the last frame of the first row and the first frame of the last row reminds me of Gordon Parks' photos.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
So yes, cultural nuances, I hear you.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, we'll still keep this one in. We gotta drop it down to 4. Do me a favor and just pull them all up again and go through them quickly, just so they can see them full. Yep, like that. And then the next, good, thank you.
Can you go back to Party of None again, the first one? Yeah, thank you.
Will you run through these big? one more time?
But it's got the main characters in there. Moves together well.
This is pretty nice too. Yeah.
It's very nuanced.
Yeah.
Nuanced storytelling.
That
Nice.
sixth frame.
The sixth frame?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like the trash,
Yeah.
like that adds to it. Adds to the storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that it's a very unexpected, like, eating scene with two people just leading into, I know that's like Speaker's office.
Can I see the last two frames?
Yeah, that's nice.
Nicely used with like the arts on cover.
I like it.
It's pretty one of the top three.
Yeah. It's a really unique approach. I like that.
Yeah, the second one is also very nuanced. Yeah, this photographer's a very nuanced eye.
His flash technique too. I'm not saying his, but the flash technique of this photographer.
Yeah, but
Works.
I feel like the flash works really well.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it, but it works.
Mhm.
It's effective.
So what are we gonna eliminate?
Well, let's go. Let's talk about Trump again.
I still feel like it's a very strong thing.
Can we go through these back again?
What do y'all think about this image?
I think the motion blur shows the mood at the court and the chaos of it all. It's nice.
Yeah, it's a little gimmicky to me.
I kind of felt the same way, just a little bit. Like I'm not like was it? It almost feels out of place a little to me.
Yeah.
It is my least favorite of this.
Is your favorite image?
My least favorite.
Your least
of this
favorite?
story.
Least favorite story?
In this story.
In the
In the story.
I would, if
Yeah.
I was the other, this is the one I would.
Yeah. I mean, I almost appreciate it as a feature single, but it doesn't feel like it's consistent with the style of the rest of the image. Okay.
But overall, it's very well edited, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's
The sequence is nice.
it's solid.
Yeah. Smooth.
Yeah,
Good variety.
I think it would be, to me, it'd be stronger if it were like 2 less frames.
Yeah, I can see
The second and the sixth are similar, and the seventh and the ninth are similar, if I'm counting right.
I mean, the two crowd photos.
The 2 crowd photos and then the, 2 young-ish women
Mm-hmm.
sort of say the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
And the crowd photos don't really do, it just feels like, there's a crowd.
It's a big crowd.
Yeah,
it. Very big.
I think this one is more storytelling than the other one.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the scope of the first image is a bit more storytelling. It just speaks to, the staying power of
Mhm.
Trump and his supporters.
Okay, if we go back, so let's go back to the one. Now that you've seen them all, which one doesn't rise to the top? forward. Don't all speak at once.
So I have a question for you. Do you feel like the variety in the Tennessee representatives story?
Do I think there's enough variety there?
Yeah, do you think it's enough variety there? To me, a lot of scenes is medium to wide.
Yeah, I wish it were edited a little tighter.
Mhm.
Yeah. Two photos.
But I do think the emotions and the moments are better to me than the Trump's America. Okay.
Yeah.
Tennessee
Like,
better than
I-
Trump?
I would say that too, that with the Trump's America, the photos are mainly iconic, where you don't really see like emotion in like moments like you do with the
Mhm.
Tennessee story.
And you don't really see crowd except for, I mean, you don't really, to me, I don't get the like fervor around the supporters and that sort of,
Yeah,
that part of the story.
right.
There's a distance
Yeah.
with all of the photos to me.
Yeah, and I kind of feel the same way too about McCarthy. Guys, can we see it again? I mean, it's got some access. I mean, you all brought some good points up, like the car photo. But
I also think this is sort of a harder story to tell
Mm-hmm.
than Trump campaigning. And, you know, the second frame, I like, it's not, you know, we went with another one that was a little cleaner.
for the singles.
Yeah. But I still think it's nice. There's a lot going on. It's a really good catch.
It's a big story too, right?
Yeah.
It's a big story.
This is your number one.
It's number one. You know what, let's look at President's hometown again. Needs page though. This is a dig to me. This is a pretty good dig.
Yeah, that photo is beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah, I do too. I would not feel good losing it.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit unexpected.
Okay, which puts us back to the 5. Should we pick our top 3? Yep. Just do me a favor, CJ, just unstar them, don't refresh, and let's start from scratch right here. Preston, your top 3. Or your top 4. Go ahead and give me your top 4. It
Okay.
doesn't have to be in any order.
All right,
The 4 you like.
Party of None, McCarthy era, President's Hometown. So 4 is just limiting one, yeah. I can eliminate Trump's America.
And so keep Tennessee, the
Yep.
last one? Okay. Angela?
My top 4 are the top 4.
Sharon?
1, 2, 3, 5.
Boiselle?
Party of None, McCarthy, President's hometown, Tennessee representative.
All right, so the way it goes by this, Trump's America is going. You don't have much of a choice, because that's how you just voted on it, so
Oh, no.
you are, let us do away with Trump's America and fight over now our first places.
Good job, though. Good job. It's
Okay.
whoever was in.
So, wait, before you
Sorry.
get rid of that, So what did we get, Party of Nine and McCarthy era were the
Yeah.
most?
Yeah.
So maybe we should discuss those for 1 and 2.
Yep.
Yeah. And then 3 and H&M.
Look, I think this one, I'm growing on it, Party of None, because it's very nuanced political storytelling that I don't see often. It takes a lot of curiosity, thinking, understanding the Congo situation to make this series of photographs. And the sequence really works well to me.
Yeah, I agree. Great eye.
Really great eye, yeah.
Mhm.
This is like a series of photos that are like I don't expect much. It's like very unexpected to me.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like a collection of images as some of the others do.
Yeah,
Because
so
there's a lot of intention here.
I would be fine with this one.
We
Same.
almost outed it.
yeah.
Is it gonna be first?
I think it could be first.
Yeah, the more that I look at it, I just feel like it might be the worst.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the last frame with the kid. But, I mean, that's just sort of being nitpicky.
I just feel like the tours, it's a nice way to, because like there are so many tours every day on Congress, I feel like it's a nice way to, it's a very interesting way to end a story, leading, you know, the films, the kids, like listening to, the speaker. It was a really nice way to like, I guess, end the story.
Yeah, the kid's oblivious. He's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
There's-
he looks like he doesn't care.
Yeah, it's like
it's very interesting.
politics, grown folks stuff.
Yeah,
You know, I'm okay with it.
even the police, the Capitol Hill officer. It was a nice, the way that he was looking at the door was very.
So we have decided.
To me, this is the first one.
Yeah.
Can we look at the second one big, please? Can we, yeah, flip them.
That opening image is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
All of these are really strong.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to change heart.
This is one, yeah.
Had a change of heart. It's a place. Yeah. Yep. Wow. Yeah. I stand corrected. I do like this.
This is wrong.
Yeah. I
Back to
think
the grid.
it could be a little stronger if it was like 1 or 2 less,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm based on what I'm seeing on the.
So what are we looking at, number 1?
I could go either way.
We have a strong 1 and 2. I'm leaning towards Party of None.
Same here.
Yes.
Okay.
Fine.
Solid on McCarthy for number 2.
Very solid. Yeah, Party of Love is, to me, is more like, wow, what a surprise.
Yeah.
Cool. So what about President's Hometown and then Tennessee Representatives? I like President's Hometown as third.
Attitude.
I'm fine with that.
All right. Cool.
We take a picture.
Done.
We agreed and moved on, so. I don't know. I'm still proud of. Hey, you guys, not bad. Our last one is gonna be general news.
So if we spend an hour on each category,
Yup.
we'll finish earlier than yesterday,
Yeah.
That would be beautiful.
right? Because we have 8 categories now.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that's kind of the math I was playing in my head last night too. Like, 8 hours.
Yeah, let's aim for that. I was a little worried. That
Yeah.
was my time on this, but.
Yeah. We set a 45-minute timer. 15-minute warning.
So
Yeah, that's a good
what's a
idea.
good timing
Yeah.
for you to?
So I'm about to do general news.
Do you wanna wait until you've done that?
Although we have to
Do it
eat,
after
I
lunch?
guess, and take breaks.
No, because then you're in the PO box, like this
And you want,
So-
you want to
Yeah,
hide
yeah.
it wise. So let's make sure this is happening.
Yeah, I can-
Lunch.
You know that,
That's
I
right
mean,
now,
that
she's
saying
using
is
my
like,
last one.
before you like leave the
Oh,
house,
so
you just
now
off
is the
like
best
one
time.
accessory.
Let me.
No.
It's to keep people, like, I forget
You
it's like,
get no response.
Uh-huh.
or like, before you leave the
Yeah,
house, take off one
this
accessory.
thing that kills you.
Oh, just to like simplify.
Get 'em every
Yeah,
time.
I feel like
Like-
every photographer should
Yeah.
take theirs list.
Yeah.
Mine's
no.
Take out, be your little.
And then,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
find
right.
one or two.
Yeah.
guys go ahead and, oh, so now you're waiting on me. Gee.
You want me to go through?
Yeah, we know the justice category.
Somalia, the worst drought in 40 years.
An issue-based or general news picture story.
The addiction treatment gap. Ukraine at war. In harm's way. How a rural community in Honduras dominates San Francisco's open-air drug markets. Disaster and death on San Francisco streets. Life and death walk side by side. Exodus. Huddled masses. Prayer in the shadows. Aftermath of a chokehold. Ukraine, the funerals. Pink Angel. Do you want to go through each project and novel read? Do you want to do it that way?
Yeah, what do you think? You wanna flip through and we can vote
Yeah,
while
we
we're
can do
looking
it
at
in
a
and
big?
out, yeah.
Yeah.
After 5 consecutive failed rainy seasons, millions of rural Somalis are struggling through an unprecedented and deadly drought, with many in regions still plagued by 30 years of extremist militant violence. The decades of intermittent drought, conflict, and political instability had left the country dangerously reliant on imported grains, with over 90% of wheat supplies coming from Russia and Ukraine. Since March 2022, however, global grain tariffs and fuel prices have spiked, placing more pressure on an already precarious and fragile economy. In 2022 alone, over 1.4 million Somalis fled from the worst affected drought regions for crowded IDP settlements in search of water, humanitarian aid, and safety. Many of this growing number of displaced persons are women and children from rural farms and villages who often walk for days through scorched scrubland and militant-held areas to begin new lives in tinted shelters. More than 48 million Americans live with substance abuse disorder, but only about 5% of them get real help for the condition. Most people falsely assume that addiction is untreatable or that people with addictions have no interest in accessing effective therapies even if available. In fact, a growing roster of treatments, medications, behavioral therapies, counseling, and other supports have proved just as effective as the methods to manage conditions like high cholesterol and diabetes. Most medical professionals are not comfortable or even familiar with the basics of addiction medicine, and neither are the judges, probation officers, or wardens who often decide the fates of people with substance abuse disorders.
Okay, I was gonna end, but 2 ounces out, right?
2 ounces out.
The Russian attack on Ukraine continues unabated. The trench warfare is a mix of modern technology and First World War trench fighting. All over Ukraine, people are suffering, fighting, struggling to defend their country, and at the same time live a normal life. Normality being a poignant way of defiance.
In.
Invisible and pernicious child abuse is an issue whose impact casts a long shadow. Each year, hundreds of children are hurt and sometimes killed after they are returned to their abusive parents. Minnesota prioritizes reunification, even where there are clear warning signs that the child will again face mistreatment and neglect. A review of hundreds of child protection cases shows that children who are left in the hands of abusive parents often suffer from trauma and require significant mental health services. At least 15 children have died from maltreatment or by suicide during the past decade after being reunited with their caregivers, records show. Hundreds more endure brutal beatings, sexual abuse, and other forms of maltreatment after judges send them back into harm's way in the care of their parents.
And,
Yeah, and
and
Personally, I think people like that should be drawn up and quartered, okay.
I think maltreatment is a word.
3,500 miles southeast of San Francisco, a dirt road in Honduras shared by pickup trucks and ox carts cuts through abandoned farmland. On the outskirts of a small village, a jewel-toned mural appears like a mirage, the Bay Bridge sparkling at night, stretching across a 10-foot-high wall. In a nearby town square, a young child in a Steph Curry t-shirt climbs a tree. A few blocks away, a taxi whizzes by, an SF Giant sticker affixed to its bumper. More extravagant emblems of San Francisco appear unexpectedly and often. Handsome new homes rise behind customized iron gates emblazoned with San Francisco 49ers or Golden State Warrior logos. This is the Syria Valley, a cluster of rural villages about 80 miles north of the capital Tegucigalpa in central Honduras. The valley is the hometown of a high concentration of people who, fleeing poverty in a country with one of the world's highest murder rates, migrate to San Francisco, where some of them sell drugs. Most Hondurans teaching the Bay Area find legal work. They often hold jobs in restaurants, cleaning homes, or gardening.
It's an app for me.
same.
In San Francisco, over 2,500 people have died from drug overdoses since 2020. 752 deaths were official as of November 2023, surpassing the previous record of 720 deaths in 2020. Nearly 3/4 of the victims were found to have fentanyl, the super powerful opioid, in their systems. The toll would be higher if not for Narcan, the antidote now used more than 500 times a month to yank people back from the brink of death. Most of the city's dead have been found within blocks of each other in the Tenderloin and south of Market, which have long shouldered San Francisco's most pressing problems. The Tenderloin, full of vulnerable people and low-income families, endures a constant open-air drug market that city leaders would never tolerate in wealthier neighborhoods. Numerous people are doing life-saving work on the front lines, but city leaders have not created a clear, urgent, and cohesive plan to intervene, despite budgeting $71.4 million for treatment and overdose prevention programs in the last fiscal year alone. The problem worsens and the suffering grows, along with the exasperation of residents.
In
That's it, next one, 2 ends.
On February 6, 2023, 2 strong earthquakes of magnitude 7.8 and 7.5 occurred in Turkey. The disaster claimed more than 50,000 lives. I arrived at the epicenter of the earthquake, the city of Antakya, Turkey, on the same day and began to document the events. The place turned into a ghost. The air was a haze of dust from collapsed buildings. I heard screams. I witnessed how a father pulled the body of his 5-year-old son out of the rubble with his own hands. Later on, I saw how a small team of rescuers saved a young man who had been lying under cold concrete without water for 150 hours. In such situations, life and death walk side by side. People show their best and worst qualities. All the feelings are sharpened. This horror displays not only the fragility of a human being in the hands of nature, but also the power of their will and desire to survive.
It's in for me.
1 in,
I'm on the fence.
I have 1 in and 1 fence,
Same, and,
I have 1 in and 2 fences.
Keep it for now.
yeah, keep it in for now.
All right, it's in.
First person captions, just right.
Following the COVID-19 pandemic and public health-related border policies, the irregular influx of asylum seekers from different nationalities has reached unprecedented proportions. In 2023, asylum-seeking families from South and Central America moved massively to the north. Many crossed Mexico up to the Chihuahua and Sonora deserts atop the infamous cargo train La Bestia, reaching the northern border in overwhelming charity shelters. There, no measure seems capable of deterring people from seeking a better future, and an underground economy has emerged, facilitating the movement of hundreds and thousands of people from Russia, China, Europe, Central Asia, Vietnam, and Western Africa to the Mexican deserts and across the border wall.
Yeah.
2 ins, 3 ins?
And, yeah.
Oh, we like this one. Okay, good.
I think this might be 2 stars.
Yeah, that's
2
really
stars, yep.
They waded across the Rio Grande holding hands to form a human chain as frustrated Texas National Guard members shouted warnings in Spanish from behind stacked up coils of razor wire. Go back, you're breaking the law. The current is too strong, don't risk your lives. A voice came from the river. We have children, help us. The official admonitions were to no avail. Worried that the migrants ascending the muddy riverbank into Texas could tumble back into the swift current, U.S. Border Patrol agents used pliers to cut open a passage through the thickets of barbed wire. Litberek Correa, 21, from Maracay, Venezuela, clambered through with her 2 young children. Finally, we are here, she declared. Scenes like this unfold day and night in Eagle Pass to Jacumba, California, and across much of the 2,000-mile U.S. border with Mexico. Some 93,000 migrants traveling as families were taken into custody in August, the most ever recorded in a month, as overall Border Patrol apprehensions were up 82% compared with June.
Out.
Out.
Every year in Uman, a city 130 miles south of Kiev, thousands of Hasidic Jews make the pilgrimage to the grave of Rabbi Nachman. The event, which falls in September, has historically been coveted as a men's-only event. Almost every building is turned into a point of prayer or social gathering for men. Hotels are rented out to male guests, and only a few apartments are allocated to women to stay in, often separated from their husbands. The main temple and gravesite of Rabbi Nachman acts as the center point of the pilgrimage. It has only a small section open for women. Divided by blue tarp and with separate entrance to the men's, the section adheres to the religious divisions that exist in the Orthodox community year-round. 4 nights before the holiday, they gathered in an emotional prayer over his grave as their children played in the courtyard outside. The joy of the celebration was palpable as women cried tears of devotion and sang out in prayer.
In.
Out.
On May 1st, 2023, Jordan Neely, a 30-year-old black man who was homeless, was killed by Daniel Penny, a 24-year-old white former Marine, fatally placing him in a chokehold while riding the subway in Manhattan, New York City, U.S. Neely's death led to citywide protests, with the incident highlighting issues about the struggle to combat mental illness and violence on the subways.
In.
I have 1 in. 2 ins. Next.
Mothers burying their sons, children burying their fathers. As the war in Ukraine enters its 2nd year, men and women have been dying in droves on the front lines, fighting off Russia's invasion of their country. For them, the fight is over. They paid the ultimate price. But it is their parents, their children, their siblings, and their spouses who will carry the pain of war, the tears of the nation. Over a period of 15 days in February, numerous funerals were held in towns and villages near the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, for soldiers killed and fighting in Donbass, in the east of the country where most of the battles are now concentrated. The same scene is repeated day after day, week after week, in villages and cities across Ukraine as those killed on the battlefield return home for the last time.
Out.
Cliche Perry, 18 years old, was caught in the crossfire of a barrage of bullets that cut her life short in Washington, D.C. on September 5th, 2023. She loved pink, and her family showered her services in vivid hues. There has emerged a subculture for final farewells. Rituals include balloon releases, elaborate decorations, and a life-size cutout of the departed where loved ones pose for selfies. The final farewell is a time for mourning, but also a passionate celebration of life. She looked like a pretty pink angel in the casket, wrapped in a sophisticated suit during her funeral at the Temple of Praise in Washington, D.C. on Friday, September 22nd, 2023. Another young person lies with mortal stillness, their dreams stolen by an escalating gun violence epidemic in America.
And
That was 7.
yeah, the Oxidus is very strong.
Yeah.
I actually really like In Harm's Way. Is it? Yeah.
It's a bubble one, but. I don't know.
Pause for a minute.
Yeah, I guess so.
We can look at the, I guess, each story, and then you can vote.
Well, we can't vote yet.
Oh, we can't?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I was involved sort of with one of these. I don't know. But I also feel like I could participate objectively.
Objective?
Yeah,
Very
I think
objective.
so, I think so, yeah, for this,
Okay,
yeah. I
so
think
for
I
all
can.
you know, Preston had something to do with every single one of them, and she's gonna be objective on all of them. Okay, let's go.
Can we flip through just the content?
What'd you do with this one, Preston, huh? Did you edit, or did you shoot it? Jeff?
Yeah, I was in Ukraine, I was living next door to Tyler.
This is very strong. This is,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
all
same.
reacted,
Yeah.
yeah, pretty strong.
this is the number one.
Yeah.
Okay, first place set.
So can we give 5 stars to
Exodus.
Exodus?
Oh, look at you all.
What did you guys think about In Harm's Way?
I really like this one.
Me too.
Yeah, I thought it was a tricky story. I feel like I would need to read the captions.
No touching the blue side. That's
Mm,
photos.
Yeah, I think it's, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I really like this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, a very tricky, let's see, hold on, can I read this real quick? Yeah, and I think the access is really amazing too. I think they did a great job. It's very hard.
Yeah, because story about abuse is very hard. Hi, Bernie.
You may be a guest.
Yay!
So, if,
Amazing.
we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, that
that
sounds
can feel
good.
cool, and if you wanna come out now, I can have Bernie be a part of it. Do you feel better that way?
Oh, I think I'm okay now.
You think you're okay?
Yeah.
All right, then Bernie's gonna be in the back.
Okay.
Bernie's allowed to shout out whatever she'd like to shout out because she's a guest judge. She can be disruptive if she wants. She's allowed to give in her, you're allowed to give in your opinions. I'll say that, okay? You're not a bystander if you have opinions. If you don't wanna say a word, you don't have to. We have knocked it down now to, I'm sorry, can we go back just to the main grid? We're on general news, stories, and we've knocked it down to these.
This is stills?
This is stills,
Okay.
there's no motion in this.
Okay.
It's all stills, and everybody loves the Exodus story that's got the 5 stars on it now. So
Yeah,
we're just, we still have to get rid of 3 projects,
Right.
so we're down towards the end. If you feel like swaying anybody, you're welcome to. I can assure you there are no CNN entries in this.
Thank you.
Okay, actually, I can't assure you that, because you do have stuff online, but anyway.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Okay, so, sorry, back to where we were.
Yes, I like keeping this in the mix.
Definitely.
I just feel like child abuse is a very hard topic to visualize. And the storytelling is very nuanced and it works. Sequence is nice.
So a lot of different kinds of moments.
I just think that it's very smart to put like a 4th and 7th, 8th, even the last name in this kind of story.
This is a top 3 for me.
Same. It has
Yeah.
like the story has a lot of implications.
Can you give us 4 stars? Thank you. What other 2 rise to the top?
Can we look at Ukraine at war again?
I like that there's a photo of joy. It's poignant.
Yeah. Seeing some everyday life
Yeah.
continuing.
Yeah, I liked it too. There's a couple frames that aren't doing much for me.
Yeah, I hear you on this one.
But yeah, I liked the story.
Okay, it stays in for now. Let's hit the others.
What do you guys think about Pink Angel?
The story was interesting, but I'm not sure it rises to the top for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, same here.
We can cut this one.
Okay.
Okay, shall we remove it entirely? Doesn't make an HM?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll star that one. Two more.
How about the fentanyl story? Opiate or fentanyl?
What do you guys think about this one?
I'm on the fence.
I think this is well done. I get the story from this.
I can tell the photographers are spending a lot of time with the story.
Yeah. I always have kind of like a knee-jerk reaction when there's stories about homeless people because a lot of those photographers aren't spending time with them, and I don't think that's the case here. So I'm kind of
Yeah,
fighting my instinct because I think this is well done.
yeah, same. But I'm not sure if it's top 4.
I think it could be my top.
A little the stories great again. Thanks. It was Aftermath of Choco.
I'm not sure if that one rises.
Yeah, me neither. This might be out to me.
There's some nice moments. It feels like a little repetitive.
Yeah, it's really nicely seen.
I also feel like this series miss like photos that reflect the bigger
What's the
picture,
first
I
photo?
guess.
Sorry.
What'd you say, Sean?
Oh, I think the story misses like photos that reflect the bigger picture of this situation. This issue. So it's an out to me.
Yeah, I do want a little bit more from the story.
It feels like it's not finished.
It is tightly edited, though.
Ladies, can you speak louder?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, I'm getting used to, they're very quiet.
Yeah, we're a soft-spoken bunch.
Do you want to sit over here? This is have a seat actually. Also, you're more than welcome to.
So, are we judging an entire portfolio or just a story about
This is
us?
general news stories.
General news.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I have thoughts, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is good too.
Well, it was more on, I don't feel this is a project that tells the entire story. I feel there are good pictures here, but I don't see the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I wish I had that arc.
Yes,
So we've got
I
3
think Bernie
hours.
puts in a really perfect way to what I feel about this story.
The photos
It's
of
just something's
Cass, I
missing.
don't get anything from that. Like, I want more of that scene. I want it to be wider.
Yes, it's like sort of like the
Mhm.
context of the something's missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay losing it. I think those are good points.
But I love some of the scenes.
Yeah.
So, great job.
One more to go.
I haven't looked at light and death side by side. That's a great scene though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there were some beautiful images in here we hadn't seen before. Difficult.
A lot of black and white scenes in this category.
Mm-hmm. Those good too. Both of those.
I think this one might be one of my top 4 actually.
I think I would maybe honorable mention.
Yeah.
Back to the grid, main grid. What are we gonna do with?
Do you mind if we go back to Ukraine?
This was nice. This is still one of my favorite singles. Is these 2 days that I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel it's cohesive enough?
Yeah, this is sort of a bubble one for me. I could be persuaded either way.
Because I feel like these are instances over time, and it does not specifically tell, if the category is something about a story that is happening and you want to be able to tell the story from start to finish, granted that the story is not finished, I think these are the types of imagery that seems to just cross our consciousness over a period of time. And I feel the lack of intimacy in the hardships of some of these Ukrainian soldiers. I see it on the people. I just wish there were a little bit more variety of looking at the impact and the toll on how this story has gone on for far too long.
Yeah, what I recall from the let's see, was this a description? Yeah, so struggling to defend the country and living a normal life. That's sort of the gist of war and normalcy. Which I think, I think comes across in some of the images for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I would like a slightly tighter edit, but I think there's some really strong work.
Yeah.
And the variety of emotions is probably the number one right now. Like joy, and like the second to last one. I think that even it feels like they're all in their own world, but it still feels like intimate to me.
Okay. And on the Pink Brigade?
Pink
Oh.
Angel.
The Pink Angel?
Yeah, it didn't resonate with you. Not that I wanted to go back, I just wanted to.
We can. Can we pull the Pink Angel back? Yeah, I'm also just curious to hear your thoughts on as an editor. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting, sort of a surprising twist on the
Right,
story.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, we always see the pain and suffering, but this is sort of like, for a lack of a better term, a whimsical look at something that's horrifying.
Mm-hmm. And I liked the ender a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite thing about the story is the ending.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was very sorry to use the word again, nuanced. But it's like poignant, you know.
Yeah.
Like they're tired but they're not sure what's next.
Yeah.
Kind of want more scenes that are not at the funeral.
Yeah.
That's I guess that's.
I want more leading up to it, and then the ending, we see them afterwards is great.
I wish like I saw maybe like 2 or 3 more things on how they navigate the new life without Mrs. Perry.
Yeah, or even like planning the service. I mean, it does feel like it was all shot in one day.
Yeah.
Mm, that's a good point.
Maybe like more variety of the storytelling.
I was more about, this is different. Okay, it can go.
Yeah, Oxalos is gonna be my first place. It's really nicely. Actually, CJ, do you mind showing it for Bernie?
I think this is beautiful.
The train scene was pretty unique.
The set of
Like,
images
even
bring
this
you
one.
to this place.
Yeah. The edit is really nice.
composition of each one stands on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this photographer make images that make me feel something of the situation. It's,
Okay, so if we step back out of this, because we have, that is probably
So-
Exodus is the first, is our number one.
Mhm.
yeah, and harm's way is our second.
So we need to decide our third and our honorable mention.
You have to drop one.
Ukraine at war is my third.
Can we see these three as contact sheets?
Oh no, actually, sorry, I think this is my third.
Preston, do you have any thoughts?
I would lean towards life and death as third.
I think the opening in the last scene is really strong. This one.
And I also think that each one of this pictures stand distinctively on its own. You know, the car, the building, the baby, the father mourning, I'm assuming that's a father. It really tells the story from start to finish.
Can we flip through these three individually, just like fairly quickly?
I like this.
What do you think, Evelyn?
I, like all these images, my only hesitation was the first person caption, which I can get past that.
Mm.
You know, I was actually looking at this picture.
Yeah, I just,
Yeah, the life and death would be my third.
okay.
What do you think, Bernie?
I think Turkey, San Francisco outweighs the imagery from Ukraine.
So Ukraine would be out for you?
Right.
Anyone want to say otherwise?
Mine would be life and death and Ukraine. Third and fourth, third and honorable mention.
Good with life and death for third. Can I see Ukraine and San Francisco one more time?
Just the contact sheet.
Yeah, just the contact sheet. I think Ukraine has some really strong images, but maybe as a story, San Francisco is stronger.
I'm cool with either San Francisco and Ukraine as honorable mention.
Honorable mention San Francisco.
I'm cool with that. Yeah, I do respect that the photographer seems like to spend a lot of time with this story.
Yeah.
So which one is the one we're dropping?
Present.
Okay, Ukraine goes. Is that our order? Yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
5, 4, 3, 2 years.
Yep.
Comments, questions, hatred from the students? No comment on that.
I think I agree, but I really like the pink funeral. Forgot the name of it, but that one.
Yeah,
That was really
Which one?
nice.
the pink angel.
Pink angel.
Yeah.
That was a great story.
Yeah, I know, it's nice.
But I do understand it looked like it was shot in one day.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just hard to, you know,
Yeah, I kinda like
place
the
that
photo
above
after
something
the
else.
laying on couch photo.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for
Thanks for having
helping.
us. Come back anytime.
Thank you.
Yeah, we may need you again. All right, so, which one of the bottom three we want to do? Sports? No, keep going back up the way you had it. Yep, sports, emerging, or Cliff Edom. Let's do emerging vision.
Oh, only 8. Oh, but there are a lot of, okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, will you read this category, because I'm not familiar with this.
Ooh, so many people's names.
Yup, just looking at all the names that are in this. Oh,
I didn't see anything.
yikes. That's why they're merging, they haven't learned to read the rules yet. Shit. That simplifies it, because that's the reads out.
CJ, you might need to close it down.
A portfolio of images created by an up-and-coming photographer that demonstrates a fresh approach to visual journalism through story selection and compositional techniques. The spirit of this division is to recognize photojournalists at the beginning of their professional careers. To be eligible, entrants must have ended their college studies or otherwise transitioned from an academic environment to a professional one within the 2-year period prior to the cutoff date for entry eligibility in the full contest. This division does not discriminate between emerging photographers from 2- or 4-year undergraduate programs or 1-2-year graduate programs, nor does it preclude photographers who choose to begin a professional career directly after high school graduation. Entrants do not need to have been in programs related to photography or journalism to be eligible. Prior winners in this category are not eligible to enter. Photojournalists from any news publication, wire service, or magazine may enter. Independent photographers may also enter this category. The entry should contain up to 40 images, and the title slides don't count. At least 2 picture stories are required containing up to 12 images. Got it. I need like 3 minutes.
Take your time.
I'll put us on pause.
Wait, it still says, I just, the first one still says the name in the description. Yeah, that one.
Go back out. Go to the second one for you.
Do you want me to scroll through the contact sheets to see that?
Yeah.
I think it's the one that was something.
No. No.
Here they say where they.
Yeah, I know. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, I saw.
I know. Keep
some-
going. Keep going.
That's all.
I gotta be fair on this now. I'm gonna take it out of there. Can we just start another category? And do sports? Yeah, go ahead and start sports now.
She's mad.
That's sports photojournalist of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we live?
13.
Sports photojournalist of the year. Okay. Well, I guess there's probably too many images to show all the contact sheets.
Wait, this is sports?
Yep. Let's see, does anybody have the category, or the description handy? Is it at least 2 stories, or at least 1 story?
The people watching the journalists as well as teaching.
Did someone,
It's a story and there's not sports.
I think they're watching the journalists. It says people.
Oh.
I think it's a sports feature.
Oh.
I kind of like that. I mean, I haven't seen the pictures big, but
Yeah.
it's kind of.
And
do you want me to go through the views of the singles?
maybe like really quick, yeah? What do you guys think?
Do you want me to start with the first one and do that, or?
Actually,
I want to see contact sheets.
yeah, can we do contact sheets first, and then?
So are we voting or no?
No,
Actually,
let's
no.
just look at contacts
Oh, yeah, okay.
first. This is when I start getting paper.
Keep scrolling up and down like this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is it, I guess it's at least 1 story. Sorry, sports POI. Portfolio consisting of sports-related action and/or sports feature photography by an individual. The included images can be published or not, but must have been photographed during the calendar year. The entry should contain up to 40 images. At least 1 picture story is required.
from the beginning, do you want me to go through the individual images, or how do you want to see these?
I saw a couple I could eliminate.
Same.
So why don't we do that? So can we go back,
Go back to the contact, the.
yeah. Oh, although I guess we can't, can't
Yeah.
tell which one, I didn't write down the number. Do you remember which one?
We may have to go through it again. Why don't you go
Yeah.
through it again? We'll do it quickly without, as this.
In for now.
In for now.
In for now.
In. In.
In.
Yeah.
In.
In.
Okay, 2 ends.
This one's out for me.
Will you scroll down? Please.
This is not up to me.
Okay.
This is 2 outs? Okay.
Yeah, this one is out for me.
Do I have a second out?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, 2 outs.
This is an in.
Yeah, into me.
Okay.
This one's in.
Mm-hmm.
To me.
I was out with this.
Would I be in, out?
In,
There are 2 ends.
in,
In.
In.
and then this one's out for me.
Out.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Never mind. I'm not sure.
1 out.
I said out. Oh.
Okay, yeah, I
Thank
think
you.
I'm out too.
Oh.
3 ends.
Yeah, okay.
In.
In.
In. Nine?
So now should we look at them
Yeah,
one by one?
yeah.
And tell me if you want faster or slower.
This is good.
Yeah, that's a good speed.
Interesting. This is an out.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
It's out.
I like that story a lot, though.
It's kind of jarring. It feels like it's a different dog.
I know it
The
does.
toning is so
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it's out next.
It's a nice story, though.
Yeah.
have two outs? In,
In for now.
two ins?
In for now.
In.
Two ins?
Yeah, I think it's out for me too.
2 outs. In.
Out, but I really love the story.
I have 1 out.
2 out.
2 outs.
I really like the story too. Yeah, but it can be executed better.
And
2 ins. hear a second in?
Feels like two different topics.
2 ins.
I'll have his thoughts.
Excellent. What do we bring it down to?
Notice that a couple times where the stories are really strong, and the singles are
Yeah.
just
Mhm.
so.
Look at you guys.
The tennis one was pretty strong portfolio.
I know, I really liked the dog one though, but
Which one? Oh.
that we all outed. But that's okay. We'll see where we're at. Can we just look at the contact sheets? Oh, yeah.
I think this is pretty good.
This is a strong portfolio.
I like this.
Yeah.
Remember the symbols of two people right there? It is not strong symbol.
Speak up, please.
Oh, I'll get to it. The third portfolio, scroll down, please, thank you. The second to second frame and last row, you know, there's a more dynamic silhouette, like the,
Mm-hmm. Just shot from another angle.
yeah, that was a strong, but, but still like this portfolio a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think this is one of the best.
Yeah, this might be one.
Same here.
Yeah.
So this is
Well,
Five
first
stars.
place, yep.
Wow, we were really decisive in terms of number 1.
Okay. Can we look at the one? Actually, I don't know. I don't know which one to look at.
Can we go do the contact sheets again? Thank you. This is pretty good too.
Yeah. I think the singles are really strong.
I think this is out for me. You guys have to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
This one's out for me. I have several people that I know are live streaming, watching the live stream, and they can't hear you. Okay.
Sorry.
They're speaking up now.
This one,
This is the story is so strong. The singles aren't. It feels like from two different photographers.
great job with the story, but the singles are
Yeah.
up to the
The
side.
story is still
Mm-hmm.
one of my favorite stories this weekend.
But because the story's so strong, I'm not ready to lose it altogether. Personally.
Yeah, but I agree with you, Preston. Last portfolio wasn't the strongest.
Can you look at the first one again?
This one has some really interesting seeing. I would say like curiosity, some strong frames. I really like that girl reacting to the everything.
Can we look through the others?
So are we down to 4 then now?
We have five.
Or we have 5 still?
I think this might be in second place.
Yeah, I like this. There's some really strong singles in here.
But there's not much of a story though, right?
Magic of the cup.
Could you just flip through the stories real quick on this one?
Yeah, this portfolio has some strong like audience reactions to the sports, actually.
Yeah. I guess the first story was like a bunch of singles, but the second one feels a little more cohesive.
How about the last portfolio with like super strong story, but less strong singles?
Can we look at the singles again?
Yeah. That story is solid.
That's nice. That's sort of where it drops off. The last couple.
Yeah.
But the singles are still mostly solid. I think it would have been stronger with less.
Yeah, I wanna cut the singles in half.
Yeah. There's definitely 3 I would eliminate. Back to the contact sheets. This is the main ones.
Interesting.
Okay, we still have to drop 1. Or award 3 others.
What's the, I don't remember what the last one was.
The first one was pretty solid to me overall.
Mm-hmm.
Like from stories to singles, they
Mhm.
are solid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Enough variety, captures emotions as was.
There's definitely some things I wanna cut.
Second place?
Maybe. It's definitely in.
It's a contender. Y'all hated the fourth one. Can you look at the fourth one?
Oh yeah, I thought we outed that one, didn't we? I don't recall you outing it, but if you're telling me so, we'll read it here. Well, that was my vote, but I might have been the one.
I think this one has strong singles, but the story could use a little.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about the surfing photos in this portfolio.
Yeah, I thought there were some nice images, but I thought there was just as many weak images.
Okay.
Should we go back to what we had cut now?
Go back to which one?
The ones that we already outed.
Oh, why do you want to do that?
I'm just asking, because we can't decide.
So, who?
I think we can cut this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wanna out
so
this
there's
one?
2 outs, yeah.
Okay, out this one.
Well, I thought was 3 outs.
It's, okay, it's 3 outs. Either way, it's gone. So now we're down to 4. Now we're down to 3.
No, because we have one, we
Now
already
we're
have our
down-
first
wait,
place.
we just lost the best one that we liked. Okay, that you liked. Okay, now you're down to 4. So you have your first place. So now you need to find your second, third.
Can we see the contact sheets one more time?
This story is so strong.
think the first one's second for me.
Yeah, to me too.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, this is second.
Okay. Third and HM.
I think the last one is honorable mention for me.
Yeah. I think so too, but can we look at the second one more time?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Oh yeah, these singles were really good.
Yeah, this was really
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah,
this is-
okay. So this is third?
Yep.
Cool.
I agree.
All right, we're good with this? First.
Good job.
What's so
Why are you
funny?
laughing at us?
Sorry, because there are several people out here that I know that are, that hate us now? No, they love you. Okay, students, any, hates, loves, comments, amazements, not so amazements? Life could be better, life could be worse.
Any viewers at home want to text them?
Anybody at home want to text me and tell me anything? Yeah, I think this is tough just to say something about the portfolio categories. I mean, I really want to see a strong story, and ideally 2 strong stories. I understand some photographers aren't in a position really, to do a lot of stories, but yeah, but it needs. I feel like that's a necessity for me.
Yeah, that story was really strong. Honorable mentions story was very strong.
And also across every category, I would rather see a tight edit of great photos
Yeah.
than a wide edit where you're watering down with weaker
Yeah,
images.
also just highly recommend working with editors on these entries.
Yeah.
Like, I was in, like, a lot of edits felt like repetitive and not well edited.
And I'd see like 3 really strong photos and then 2 kind of okay ones.
Yeah.
Is it not as good as I thought it was?
Less is more sometimes.
Yeah.
So I mean, like the last portfolio had the least amount of images.
But the story is so strong.
Yeah, the story is really great, but the singles, it just felt like it was being padded.
Yeah.
And I think it
portfolio is
hurt.
also the only portfolio that I feel like has like more humanity touch.
Yeah. I think this was the
It's the only
strongest
narrative story.
Yeah, this was the strongest story that we had,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is why we didn't award it in the
Yeah.
story category. So
Mhm.
good job.
Yeah, good job.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I'm gonna let you guys take 11:15 back here. Take a break. We're doing well. welcome back. We have guest judge, Sandra Stevenson from the Washington Post is here to help us with Emerging Vision Photojournalist of the Year. We have 8 projects. Life is going to be good.
So I think we kind of scrolled up and down the contact sheet through all of them, then went through the individuals.
Yep. That's cool. Out.
It's an out for me.
I need 3 outs or 2 ins.
Out.
That's 3 outs. Okay.
It's an out for me.
It's out.
Oh, I love the picture of the girls in the car.
There's some symbols in here.
Yeah.
Oh.
But the stories aren't there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
too.
And
Oh, you know what? I think I know this. I know this photographer. So.
Okay. You-
And I've.
Well, that's right, we're gonna go through the first round, and after that, if you have to recuse yourself, but I've got
Okay.
one in,
No, there's two ends.
then it's a star on it, okay?
That's an out for me.
same,
Have one out,
2 hours.
2 hours. How does we go? Okay.
Yeah, that's an out for me.
Yeah, I think I'm out too.
It's a maybe for me.
Yeah, I'm in.
In for now.
It's an out.
Okay, out.
This is an in. This.
I'm in. Two ins. All right.
Choose one.
Well, now,
Yeah.
that's
easy.
totally fine. Look at you all.
Wow.
Do we
Let's,
choose one or four?
well, you're choosing three now.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have to do an honorable mention.
Yeah, you have first, second, third right here.
This was
Now I should recuse myself because I do know this photographer.
Okay, recuse.
First place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is first place.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, you don't have to recuse now.
Okay.
You can help out on the others if you'd like, if they've all, without you, have said what they like. So tell me what you, y'all can tell me what you think for second and third.
This is actually a second.
I need to see better one again. I think this is second.
Yeah, I think this is second for me too.
Discussions on that, Sandra or Sharon, they like this one a second? Sharon, you like the other one a second?
I actually like the other one as a second. I think
Okay,
it's
good.
a
I'm so
stronger.
glad I brought you in so that we wouldn't have a tie. All right, so two of you like this one as second, and the other two like the other one as second. And is there anybody who wants to sway the other?
I think
Sarah,
that.
what do you think?
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead first.
No, I think with this photographer, they definitely see moments, and I think they have the beginnings of a really good eye towards storytelling. What I found about the other photographer, that one, also beginnings of a really good eye. The storytelling is a little bit lacking for the person they're following.
Even the Taylor Swift
The
one.
edit kind of brought it down a little bit.
Yeah, the Taylor Swift story, I'm assuming they don't have title, but all the frames seem repetitive and I don't feel connect to the story. And I feel like the first portfolio has stronger, the right moments and storytelling, and I feel like the framing is more creative here.
Yeah, the composition.
Can we go through these big again? Wait, is this the first one or the second one? I'm
This is
confused.
the first one.
Okay.
I just love the moments as more, it's joy, it's quiet moment, and framing is pretty creative, like dynamic.
The other one, I just thought that photographer was getting a little bit more intimacy. It seemed with their first story, it was probably a little bit further out of their comfort zone. The second story I did think was weaker.
For which one?
For the other,
Second
the other,
portfolio.
yeah.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Angela.
I just don't think overall the images match that other photographer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
No, I can see that. Honestly, I was
Yeah.
really wanting the photographer who didn't travel to, I don't know, I feel like working in your home area, I don't know, I felt like that was commendable versus someone who's traveling internationally to do some work.
I didn't even take the travel into consideration. I really just looked at the composition, the quality of visuals, like the sporting event where the kid is under the bleacher.
Yeah.
That is a
Like that's someone who's actually looking.
Yeah.
With the other photographer, while they're clearly in a community that's very vulnerable, the images do not convey completely the vulnerability of that person, and the photographer may have it, but it's not in the edit.
Yeah, the framing in the first portfolio seemed like the photographer seemed like it's curious.
Yeah.
The photographer themselves is very curious in terms of looking for moments and framing and being creative. Like there's a lot of curiosity in here. And also I feel like a lot of singles here has multiple layers of storytelling, which is, to me, I think it's harder to do.
Yeah.
So I think this is strong to me.
But I also think, and not that I definitely understand your points and I think I could be persuaded, but I do think that there is more of an effort to get into intimate moments and build relationships with people in the community in this portfolio more than in the other one.
Yeah. And I like the variety in the story. I think fair point that there could be a little bit more intimacy in these moments, but the details in here, the interesting portraits.
And the singles are really strong, I
This seems
think.
really strong. You can tell they spent a lot of time with this person.
In the first story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could lose the second story. I think that weekend there.
Yeah, I feel like I just completely felt disconnected to the second story.
There's some nice images in it though.
They
And
need
it's-
to think about the composition a little bit more because everything is shot, or at least the edit that they've given us is all basically the same. There's no.
Yeah. I feel like the
And-
second story, it's like the second, third, 6, 7, 8, 9 frames, all essentially the same to me.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with this in third.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, and so your other one is second place? Look at you guys. Could you just do that in less than half an hour? Questions, comments, complaints, love from our students who have anything to say about what you just saw in front of you?
I just think people should be more mindful of their edits, especially if you're going to present a story about a single person. How many times do we actually need to see the person literally in the frame? I'm thinking of one of the stories about the coaches, which I thought initially, I thought maybe I could get on board with it, but I thought, you know, I don't actually need to see the coach 5 million times. And there were some moments in there that, you know, I think the photographer could have worked with, or again, it could be the edit. But I do think people should be really mindful of the edits that they're giving, and also be mindful of the types of visuals that they're giving, because some, you know, storytelling or some events come across, I mean, you can't make a bad picture at a parade or, you know, a celebration. That to me is not really showing me the breadth and depth of what you can do as a photographer. When I'm looking at a portfolio and considering hiring a freelancer for a story, I'm gonna look to see, you know, how do you tell a story? Can you even tell a story? And how do you relate to people?
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, image variation and sequencing can make or break almost any story or portfolio. And, you know, like you said, you can have great, clean, beautiful frames, but if it's the same thing over and over, and especially if that same thing is not sequenced properly, then it could just fall apart.
A question, like, so with these emerging photographers, like, there's some frames that maybe aren't, you know, don't show technical perfection, but would you say, like, that looking at evaluating someone's portfolio at this stage, those kind of storytelling and compositional and editorial aspects, or as you all talked about, seeing that someone was developing a strong eye, is that the most important thing?
It seems to me like the technical proficiency in the first one was clearly above all the others, and that's what landed it at number 1. From what I can recall. Will you pull that up as contact sheet again? Yeah.
That's true.
So I do think if someone is making very high level imagery, then that's gonna just, you know, it's gonna rise to the top.
The less is more concept, do you think that this first portfolio did that the best because it's very concise each part? I mean, or is it, I mean, they're similar lengths, but like, I feel.
Well, I think this particular photographer was very intentional on what they wanted to show in terms of their skill set and their ability, which helped. And then the next thing that helped was their ability to give you a sense of their storytelling capability and visual narrative capability.
It was the storytelling that locked this one in for me.
Yeah, storytelling, yeah.
Although, and we didn't get all the captions and stuff, but it did seem like the stories were very similar to each other.
Sandra, you've done such an amazing job that I would like you not to leave, and also you can't leave because you're not ready yet to have you in the other room. So, I'd like to add you for one more category, if I may.
Sure.
Because you're just doing great. Not that the other 3 judges here haven't been doing the most amazing job for the last 24 hours. That rest aside, they can't get you over there yet. So I'd like to keep you busy here. So let's do. Well, let's do Cliff. How many is in Cliff Edom?
10?
Let's do Cliff Edom. Okay? And now you're like, the heck is Cliff Edom? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. Allow me to explain. In urban communities and rural towns, the spirit of diversity is celebrated and witnessed in everyday life. Our goal is to recognize photographic storytelling that focuses on communities, diverse groups, and issues in America that are often undercovered in the media. Acknowledging the genius and effectiveness of Cliff Edom's vision, approach, and passion for teaching, we ask you to contribute your entries. Cliff Edom began his experimentation in photographic education in 1943. His purpose was to provide access to the community life of a small town and local communities for photographers so that they could hone and develop photojournalistic skills. This entry may contain up to 24 images. Long-term stories up to 4 years are eligible, but 25% of the images must have been taken or initially published in 2023. Now, Cliff Edom is not the same as the community photojournalist, which is looking for individuals for a specific regional community. Okay, this is basically, these are usually stories, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's see what happens from these.
Oh, I have to recuse myself from this one.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, well then, let's see how many you'll recuse yourself from. What I
Okay.
ask then is, don't say anything for the rest of them. You
Okay.
can push through for the first round, and
Okay.
then we can recuse.
Okay. Let's shut this way.
Thank you.
We'll go through individual images.
I can read captions.
Or just do it in captions or just the titles? Other titles?
I don't think
Wait, it's not necessarily one story though.
It may not be one
Okay,
story,
okay.
but a lot of times.
It is.
In.
And
2 ins. Next.
And this was all part of one project. I think I know what this. Just, yeah, this is in for me.
In.
No, all of these have project descriptions. What, do you want me to read it?
That would be great, sure.
In the midst of the deadly drug overdose crisis, Amanda is the guardian angel of Detroit's East Side addicts. She gives them clean needles to stave off disease, and she gives them Narcan to reverse overdoses from heroin, fentanyl, and other opioids. She does this while feeding her own addiction to heroin and crack. Here is a life of contradictions and self-sabotage. She does good for others. She does bad for herself. And because of that, she represents both sides of the current crisis. She is the problem. She is addicted to drugs that are increasingly potent. She is the solution. She hands out supplies that can keep addicts alive and relatively healthy. The time they spend with Amanda, readers will see her come to a reckoning. And in a motel room with a clogged toilet and a hole in the wall, she will make a decision about how she will live her life.
Out.
Out.
3 outs.
You know, Lisa?
Hmm?
You wanna argue?
would like to keep it in for the moment. But if everyone's total
I
out,
had 3 outs.
okay. Keep it moving.
You get no slack, Sandra.
I clearly have no sway.
In the lowlands of the San Joaquin Valley, last winter's torrential storms revived an ancient body of water drained and dredged decades ago, its clay lake bed transformed into a powerhouse of industrial agriculture. Rivers swollen with biblical amounts of rainfall overwhelmed a network of levees and irrigation canals that weave through the basin, diverting water for farm and livestock use. Tulare Lake, once the largest freshwater lake west of the Mississippi River, was reborn, swallowing thousands of acres cultivated for tomatoes and cotton and vast orchards of almond and pistachio trees. In the months since the storms abated, the lake continues to take in runoff from a record snowmelt in the Sierra Nevada, blurring the lines between nature and farmland. The lake's rebirth has reshaped life in the Tulare Basin and likely will do so for years to come. Some residents grew up picking cotton here. Others found their way to the basin as adults, fell in love with the country sunsets, and never left. After a winter of hardships, they remained committed to the San Joaquin Valley and its remarkable seasonal rhythms.
Can I hear the Cliff Edom description one more time?
You may. In urban communities and rural towns, the spirit of diversity is celebrated and witnessed in everyday life. Our goal is to recognize photographic storytelling that focuses on communities, diverse groups, and issues in America that are often undercovered in the media.
So, I'm not sure that the photos reflect what the description was. That's where I was sort of struggling with.
Same.
I think it's in for me. I feel like it does. I think I think the initial edit, the way it opens, I felt like it didn't fit, but then it certainly did to me toward the end.
I'm not convinced on this one. I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, it's a no to me.
1 in, 1 out,
It's an in for now.
2 ins, okay, next.
Brooke High found out she was pregnant 2 days before the Texas Heartbeat Act went into effect, which banned abortions after about 6 weeks. Barely missing the deadline, she was unable to access an abortion before the ban took effect. At 18 years old, Brooke found herself juggling the feeding and sleeping schedules of twin newborns. Their father, Billy High, enlisted in the military rather than chase his skateboarding dreams in order to provide for his unexpected new family. Appearing in a story about the abortion ban shortly before Roe v. Wade was overturned, they became symbols on both sides of the abortion debate in the United States.
So we saw this yesterday. And it's identical, I think, except for one additional photo. Does that seem?
Just the skateboarding.
Yeah. So I think the story's really nice, but to me this doesn't reflect
It's no to me.
the
I have one no.
category.
Yeah.
2 no's.
3.
3 no's.
I can't read this.
I can't.
Oh.
Edom, a 12-year-old, has lived his entire life in vehicles. In the past 10 years, in a 1984 Southwind motorhome in San Diego. Homeschooled by his mother, Juliana, the financial struggles of the Indris family are evident, both parents currently unemployed. Juliana, a former kitchen design business owner, and Chris, who has embraced a nomadic lifestyle since being kicked out at 16, rely on a $700 state subsidy, $430 in food stamps, and weekly meals from a charity kitchen. Their 10-meter RV serves as Aiden's school, with Juliana as his dedicated teacher. The family values the freedom of that their nomadic lifestyle brings, despite facing challenges. San Diego's parking restrictions pose a daily threat, with constant tickets and the looming risk of vehicle impoundment. To delay penalties, Juliana contests parking tickets in court, a tedious but necessary process. Legal battles for those living in vehicles in San Diego are complex, with limited resources for housing assistance. Finding a safe place to park is a nightly challenge, combined by financial constraints and city restrictions. Their hope for a brighter future lies in their internet connection, supporting Aiden's education, and the family's aspirations for online teaching and gaming projects. The Indris family's journey sheds light on the unique struggles of urban nomads, emphasizing the need for comprehensive solutions in cities like San Diego.
That's an in for me.
It's an in for me too.
Okay, got an in?
American identity is deeply grounded in the belief that everyone, no matter who they are, is entitled to certain rights and liberties. But what happens when one of those freedoms, a nearly unfettered right to own guns, upends the calculus that safeguards others? To many Americans, gun violence feels like a growing threat to some of the freedoms that give meaning to everyday life. The right to worship in peace, to go to school, to the pursuit of happiness that the nation's founders so prized. To many of their fellow Americans, equally wary of menace, the right to guns is an essential means of protecting precious liberties, and the tension between those beliefs is rising. How can the freedoms Americans cherish be protected when the threat of mass shootings, neighborhood violence, and self-harm cast such a long shadow? With friction mounting, many are struggling for answers.
That's an in for me.
2 ins. Let's do it.
A mother wails, my baby, as the coffin closes on a shooting victim in what has become an epidemic of gun violence in the U.S. There have been 656 mass shootings nationwide this year, which doesn't include daily incidents in cities like D.C., where homicides are up 35%. As policymakers debate gun control and the body count rises with innocents caught in the crossfire. Cliche Perry, 18, was killed by a barrage of bullets. She loved pink and family showered her services in vivid hues. There has emerged a subculture for final farewells. Rituals include elaborate decorations and a life-size cutout of the departed where friends pose for selfies. Joshua Starr's family looked down from their balcony where forensic investigators documented shell casings and bloody clothes. A quadruple shooting left 2 dead and 2 wounded at a corner market where Trish Harris, 35, perished, leaving behind 3 children just days before Christmas. In Lewiston, Maine, a gunman opens fire with an assault weapon at a bar and bowling alley. The killing rampage left in its wake 18 dead and 13 wounded. A community grieves during sorrowful services, including ASL interpreter Joshua Seal, mourned by his wife and 4 children, all deaf. Society is becoming desensitized to this tragic new normal as soon another body lies in a pool of blood. Another vigil, another mother's tears as she cries, "My baby, my baby."
That's actually an out for me.
Yeah. Tip to Angela. 3 outs.
The pandemic and the murder of George Floyd helped touch off a wave of gun violence in the Twin Cities. A rise in antisocial behavior and the easy availability of guns fueled a crisis not seen since the 1990s. Gun violence is usually measured in deaths, and that toll has been grim. Between 2020 and 2022, 486 Minnesotans were killed in shooting homicides, according to the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. But homicides reveal only part of the story. Far from public view are the hundreds of men, women, and children struggling to put their lives back together after surviving gunshot injuries. We sought to examine the nature of modern gun violence through the eyes of victims, investigators, those in mourning, those trying to prevent it, and those trying to fix the broken bodies that the bullets leave behind.
Yeah, right. I got 2 ins. Next, please.
Last year, bills aimed at enforcing heavy restrictions on drug communities swept across the U.S., with Tennessee being the first state to enforce such regulations. The bills caused widespread concern and alarm amongst LGBTQ communities as counter-protesters made threats and antagonized drag queens up and down the country. In Texas, controversy and debate over anti-drag bill SB 12 intensified as lawmakers vigorously proposed the bill, which initially sought to criminalize sexual performances in the presence of minors. After various court hearings, examination, and close scrutiny, a judge ruled SB 12 unconstitutional on 5 counts. The law was found to be vague and discriminatory at its root. Throughout the year, the drag community in Austin, Texas unified and rallied together in protest against a slew of anti-drag and LGBTQIA bills that threaten their livelihood and existence in queer spaces. In the face of discrimination and uncertainty, drag community members attended various federal court hearings, reconciled relationships with one another, and continued navigating family as they cautiously performed for the public. The community endured and were victorious in their fight against Texas legislation, which sought to undermine their craft and lives.
And it is. Right, dropped your 10 down to 7.
Can you actually read the first 2 project descriptions since we're here? Thank you.
Sure. 9-year-old Shui Shan and 2-year-old Xin Tian were born and lived in Beijing, China. In May 2022, the whole family emigrated to New York, USA from Beijing. This is the first time the family chose to live in another country. Brand new challenges await them, including the COVID pandemic, cultural shock, new education system, new lifestyle, etc. They overcame obstacles one after another in a positive spirit and enjoyed everything around them. 3,500 miles southeast of San Francisco, a dirt road in Honduras shared by pickup trucks and ox carts cut through abandoned farmland. On the outskirts of a small village, a jewel-toned mural appears like a mirage, the Bay Bridge sparkling at night, stretching across a 10-foot-high wall. In a nearby town square, a child in a Steph Curry t-shirt climbs a tree. A few blocks away, a taxi whizzes by, an SF Giants sticker affixed to its bumper. More extravagant emblems of San Francisco appear unexpectedly and often. Handsome new homes rise behind customized iron gates emblazoned with San Francisco 49ers or Golden State Warrior logos. This is the Syria Valley, a cluster of rural villages in central Honduras. The valley is the hometown of a high concentration of people who, fleeing poverty and one of the world's highest murder rates, migrate to San Francisco, where some of them sell drugs. I think this is similar to the earlier one. For me to keep. In the early 2000s, a Nevada gold mining company came in. Their project, the San Martin Mine, contaminated the valley, sickening residents, killing livestock, and accelerating villagers to seek employment elsewhere. Most
Oh, wait, that's the next.
I think we're good. Yeah.
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 I think that's the same.
Yeah, that's okay.
Can we look through all the contact sheets?
I think the homeless family with the kid is actually pretty good. I haven't seen a story in a while about homelessness of families and the impact that it has on the kid. I would advocate for keeping this one.
I agree with you. This is one of my top choices.
Okay. Give that a 2-star.
I also find the story speaks to the category.
Yeah, some of
Yeah,
them,
community.
some of them I don't get the beauty or diversity.
Not sure about the third one.
Yeah, the third one I'm not.
Oh, the valley?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think there's some beautiful images. I'm not sure.
Right.
right.
It feels like our category
Yeah.
in another category with like climate change.
I agree.
Maybe it should be in like community.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we didn't have a community.
Okay. It doesn't.
Because these images don't tell the real story about Hollywood. It feels disconnected.
A lot of really great singles.
Mm-hmm. Great symbols, but
I think we're out on
can't
this.
wait.
Okay, out on this one.
Yeah.
Are you recused?
For the time being. Depending what you do, Shamir, and I may not come back in.
Can we see the second one again? The contact? Oh, that's the fentanyl. Okay.
Those draw images in the set.
It definitely covers the community.
Yeah, really well edited. The sequence feels the storytelling is very strong. That's
I like how we see cause and effect and impacting communities on both sides.
yeah, that yes. The speaker to the bigger picture of the.
We like this one. We give it a 2-star. Keep it for sure.
Keeping it.
Okay.
Yep. You know, the first story has a lot of nice images. I know you have to recuse it. I feel like it's there's a lot of nice images, but don't know, one photo feels like it's like a migration, I guess, or transformation.
Don't go too far, Preston, because now I'm losing 2 judges. Because Sandra has to recuse herself as well, which is going to put me in a bind for this.
Okay, well, just text me.
Uh-huh.
But the storytelling is really strong. The composition is very creative.
The compositions are incredible. There's
Incredible in every frame.
All right, let's give it 2 stars.
My only thought is that it's so focused on one family. And we're supposed to be
Yeah.
looking at community.
Yeah, I had the same question as well. I was like, but it
Right.
still speaks to a
Well,
Chinese
not
center.
necessarily, I mean, however you want to. All right, let's look at the others.
But they still kind of represent immigrants.
Yeah.
You know, community immigrants.
Yeah. I mean,
So we have to drop 2,
Oh, you mean out too?
out 2.
Okay.
Can
So
you
those-
see the last 3 contact sheets really quickly? Sorry.
Wait.
So I want to embrace this one, this last one, but I feel like we see these same images over and over from the, on how we cover the community, and I would love to see a different way for us to get at this issue. And, or I would have loved to have focused more on the family, but if it's about community, again, I just feel like I'm not seeing anything new.
I think there's some beautiful images in here. It did feel a little repetitive.
Yeah.
What do we say?
Out.
Out.
Out it is.
So one more out.
One more out.
Can we look at the last 2 projects again? Thank you.
This one I actually liked how they got at the gun violence and how it impacts a variety of communities.
Yeah.
That's what I liked about it. It
This
was
is also harder, like it's community that's more difficult to work out because like, you know, it's like the communities are affected by gun violence. Also, this is why. Oh yeah, it is.
this I feel like I've sort of seen it before.
Yeah, the other portfolio is more like kind of creative framing. That was the
It's diverse. I mean,
yeah,
it,
yeah,
Gun violence just doesn't impact Black communities, it impacts all of us.
I also like that wheelchair photo. It's pointing.
Mm-hmm. It's an in
Yeah,
for
this is
me.
an in for me. Same.
Okay,
So the other one is out, unfortunately, but great images though.
Yeah.
Great work, photographer, if you will.
okay, puts us down to 4.
Was it number 3 that we all felt kind of strongly about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is my number 1.
I think to me too, yes.
What did you say?
I think this is my first choice.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Same.
Okay, so you got a 5.
My second one to me might be the drug.
Yeah, that would
Good
be my
with that.
second.
And then I think the Chinese family is honorable mention to me.
What do you think, Angela?
May I see it one more time?
And the frames are so gorgeous.
Yeah, these are
Kudos to
really
the photographer.
Just the humor in it is so nice.
It's just emotionally related to so many of these images.
Yeah, really great moments. Fantastic quality. Can I see the other option one more time? I'm sorry.
Though in this one is more towards like going out and affect people, like different communities.
Yeah, I think I want this for 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This one for 3rd, and then the other one for HM.
Yep.
Um,
This is 3-star. The last project is 3-star.
The last project is 3 stars. Comments, questions, love, hate?
Wow, this is so
It's a good
work here
category.
in This category.
Good work.
If not, go have lunch.
Woohoo.
our last judging. We are starting with Photographer of the Year, Community. Now, let me explain to you what community, because it's new this year, and we're gonna hope it comes out fine, right? You didn't want me to read it to you, did you? Because it was here somewhere. There it is. Emerging sports community, a portfolio of images created by an individual for a specific regional community. This replaces the small market category from previous years. The entry should contain up to 40 images. At least 2 picture stories are required, containing up to 12 images. So this portfolio should be of almost like Cliff Edom, but a certain community, that this person has covered a community for some time, or the year. And it doesn't have to be just one community, it could be more than one. I actually had, and I don't know if it's here, but somebody asked me saying, I switched jobs. And I went from one community paper to another community paper, can I enter it? Certainly, because it's still a community.
Does that, it has to be their community, right?
It doesn't necessarily have to be their community, but they have to have, there has to be enough strong images to be a portfolio of a community event. High school soccer, you know, the whole, there may or may not, I haven't looked at all of these carefully enough, but there should be no national news in this, there should be no international news in this whatsoever. Ditto when we get to the other categories, when it's a national portfolio, they cannot have any international photos in there. There's a little leeway when it comes to border stuff happening, and we'll allow that. Okay, so this is stuff, picture yourself again, like you're judging the small market categories where the smaller papers would be entering. If a New York, my opinion is, if a New York Times photographer just covered, let's say Williamsburg, and nothing else, just that community, I would say okay. But some people are saying no because it's an international newspaper. I still don't think there's a difference between somebody from the Williamsburg paper covering it and somebody from the New York Times, if you're just covering this one small community. You may have communities here that are overseas. Just keep that in mind too. This is not just American areas.
What about if it's a small community where a major news event happened and it's impacted?
So it can happen, let's just say like Uvalde. That could be the community, but it can't just be, it needs to show just more than one story of it. It's got to be a whole broad of what goes on in Uvalde and not just the shooting. Even though it's a couple years ago, it wouldn't be that, it might be an aftermath of it. But it should show the whole community in a portfolio. Okay, good? Questions more, please feel free to ask. And what do we got? We got 13?
Yes.
Look at me, I can see.
And no, is it singles and stories?
It's singles and stories.
Okay.
It is
Minimum
at
of
least, it's 40 images, at least 2 picture stories.
Okay.
for a third out or two ins. These two people haven't spoken.
Out.
Okay, out it is.
In.
Now I'll check back into my dates.
I'm on the fence.
One in, one fence.
Sorry.
Yeah, I kind of am on the fence as well.
One in, two fences.
Okay, so now.
Two ins. Next.
I'm out.
2 outs. 3 outs. Next.
Out.
2 outs. 3 outs.
That's that shit. Out.
In.
And out.
Three of us?
Yeah.
Three of us.
Out for me too.
Out.
Out.
And
One in, one out.
I think I'm in.
Two ins. And we brought it down to 4.
Oh,
Wow.
nice.
Wow.
Look
Look
at
at you
us. Cooking with gas.
Look at you guys.
I like the second project to last. I think that's the strongest to me.
The third one?
Yep, sorry, the third one.
Can we look through all of the text sheets?
I can't hear you.
Oh, I asked if we could look through all the content.
Yeah, me too. But that, you know, that was nice community though. That last portfolio. This one didn't make it for me, but you all had voted it in unanimously, but there was gonna be an out for me.
Oh yeah, I thought the singles were good. And then,
I liked the story in this one.
yeah. Yeah, no, I thought both stories were pretty good, right? Yeah.
The first and second story both are pretty strong.
What did you not like about it, Boyzo?
To me, though I like the photo project with the projections, for me, that feels more about the photographer than it does about the community. And I might be looking at it a bit literal, but I'm just not making that connection as covering community, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't pull me with any type of human emotion.
You felt like it's more like the photographer's perspective.
Yeah, and it's like the photographer's perspective, and it just doesn't have the human emotion to it. And I think the reason why we got down to 4 very quickly is because most of the portfolios are event-driven. And they're considering that covering community, and that doesn't cut it for me.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I would argue though that that first story is a pretty successful way to look at an historical event, right, and how it affects the present day community.
Mm-hmm. This one here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the second story, could we get the, oh, right, so that's the mass shootings again.
But can we go back to that, Preston, for a second?
Uh-huh.
Because we know, that project. I'm really trying to judge these photos like on their own without the help of any words. I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I felt that way when we were just looking at the story, but when we're looking at portfolios,
Yeah.
and there's another good story, and the singles are really strong,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm just hesitant to knock it out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What, can we see the second story again on this one, big, please?
I like this story.
Yeah.
Though I feel like the first story of this portfolio
Oh, right.
was pretty creative storytelling. I feel like the photographer was curious, and it's like when you're covering a community story, right? How do you make it creative?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it's a really creative storytelling approach that I haven't seen much.
Mm-hmm.
Using projections to reflect on a historic event.
And I also think that the singles are maybe the strongest we've seen today, in the portfolios today.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the strongest, yeah.
you know. I could keep it in.
I'm not sure it was gonna be top 3, but.
It is definitely not going above honorable mention for me.
Yeah, it's,
Man, anti-projections.
It's that time.
oh, boys.
It's that time.
All right, well,
It's
we
this
know how you
time.
feel.
Yeah.
It's all in love, folks.
So wish those had been entered as portrait singles.
Okay, should we look at another one?
We're getting down to the nitty gritty now.
I like this one a lot.
Yeah. This one's really
And actors too.
The second to last portfolio, I don't know, I guess I just like a lot of the poetic, poignant moments in this portfolio.
There's some nice tender moments in here.
Yeah, like the first and the second photos, the way that it was edited together was, it was something, it makes me feel something, it was like.
I mean, I feel for people here, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
I feel alive.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Really tender
Yeah.
moments.
Yeah.
And it's like a moment in a community, you know?
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This one
sweet.
says
It really does. It really
Yeah,
does.
the first 6
say,
photos together were like, something about it, it's just
Mhm.
very,
Yeah.
This is the one I've got as my lead right now.
same.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what
So
I
5
got.
stars, I guess.
And then I started 563 as a second.
563?
That one, yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. That's one we just talked about too, right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. 1, 2.
I think the last mom story was pretty well done.
Can we see the contact sheets again, just one more time? Because I think I'm almost ready. I mean, not the whole, just like all the categories. I just need to see what we haven't discussed. Oh,
Well, we haven't discussed the first one.
we haven't? Okay.
So wait a minute, let's see.
Yeah, this
So-
is good too.
Oh yeah, this
I
is
did like
confusing
this. I did
'cause
like
singles
this.
were in the middle.
Really, I like the great part of the story.
This one doesn't rise as much to me as the others.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think this is maybe third for me.
Yeah, I think so too for me too.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the last portfolio again? Thank you.
Can we look at these big again? Just real quickly.
One thing I want to make a comment about is just like, when I think of a community, I think of like a variety of different communities. Joy, pain, different emotions, quiet moment, normalcy. Really reflect, you know, different aspect of a community. But like this one to me is just like all sad stories.
I was out on this one. The stories feel repetitive to me.
Yeah, I was also like looking to see more like, you know, happy moments, you know? It's like,
Yeah. I feel like the stories are really pretty strong. It's just the editing is not quite there. The woman, the second story, yeah, I liked the story. I thought it was pretty, it's basically a story about a single guy, but I thought the photographer did a really great job. Lots of really great moments and interactions. You feel the community supporting him. But the second story, I've had problems with
This one here?
the whole time. Yeah, we've seen it a few
Yeah,
times.
a few times.
Yeah, many times.
And I think if it were tighter.
Actually, yeah, I mean, because we've seen her in that dumpster in a couple different scenarios.
But the thing that keeps just killing for me is, not these two photographs, this one and the next one. They're so redundant, and this one is so much better. And it just kills me every time.
Yeah. I just feel like we have two stories about individuals, and I don't think we need to see their face in every single image. And it's for me, it's a lot of kind of mid-range.
Kind of too literal storytelling.
Yeah.
This didn't run that for me.
Yeah, I just feel it's almost that story.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the break? Thank you.
I can't even see.
Second one, this is Boston.
Oh.
Projections. I think that's my number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did we already pick number 1?
We really haven't, but I think for me it's this one.
You hadn't picked it, but you all expressed interest in this
Yeah.
one. We can bring it back down to a 1 star for the next.
I would love to hear the story summary on the second story on this one, or the third story, the last story.
I love this story.
Are we to read? Evelyn Berry, 10, of Sedalia, Missouri, lives in a house with 7 of her other siblings, her father Raymond Berry and stepmom Kalia Spain, and Evelyn's step-grandparents Craig Spain and Dayette Bragaw. Evelyn and 2 of her brothers previously lived with her mother, but moved into the house in July 2023 after her mother went to drug rehab. After taking time to adjust, she looked for ways to help out Raymond and Kalia around the house. Though Evelyn balanced her responsibilities as an older sister, she still held onto her adventurous childhood spirit. Evelyn Berry 10 looks through binoculars while exploring the area outside of her home in Sedalia, Missouri on Wednesday, September 27, 2023.
I love that story.
Yeah, it's nice.
I think we really need 1 binocular photo, but that's being very nitpicky.
You got 2 in there?
Are there?
The
Oh,
first
the
one.
first one, yeah.
But I
Just
still
feel
think
like
it's,
two strong stories and all the strong singles.
yeah, I think this is our
I
story.
love this first
Yeah.
story as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Angela. I would have eliminated the second binocular photo, but
Yeah.
even
That's
with
being
that,
nitpicky.
it's still probably one of the strongest
Yeah,
in the category.
I'm with you. This
This
is my
whole portfolio feels like poetry to me.
Yeah.
I like it.
So we're still keeping this one at 5 stars?
I say yes.
To me, yes.
Yes.
Okay, what are we looking at? Second, third?
Yeah, I like it. I'm not sure if it's number 1, but maybe.
Can we look at the second portfolio again? Thank you. Is that your first one too?
Yeah, this is my second choice.
Second.
Same. Yep.
Can we just see the contact sheets and the others as well?
Okay, this is the first one.
Okay. Just hold it there for, yeah. I mean, you can scroll, but.
That's the last one for me.
Last is in honorable mention.
Yeah. If anything.
Okay.
One's out from these screens.
Okay. All right.
Anyone have strong opinions on second place?
The second one.
That's where I'm at too.
Can we see the second and the fourth contact sheets, please? Yeah, this is the second one. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like this for second too.
Let's just see the last one again. Community. Hmm.
I just like how creative the photographers get to the second portfolio.
What'd you say?
I just really like
Let me see the second one again real quick.
um, the first story. I really like how creative
Mm-hmm.
the photographers is. It's very good.
Yeah, I like this for second.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Okay, give this one 4 stars.
You go with that?
Yeah. It's close, but not enough for me to, I don't have a strong enough argument to raise anything up.
And I feel like I could lose that top one, the first one.
That would be my choice for third.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And me too.
Mm.
Maybe. Maybe so.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, to me, the first story is so kind of processy. It's just people working.
But it is,
But they're
but,
farmers, right?
yeah, but it is community though. I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, I think some of the images could be better.
But you don't see them at home or doing anything other than working, really. I don't know. To me, it's just not a story.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then the third story isn't really a story either.
Mhm. Mm.
I mean, it feels like more of a story to me, but
We're talking about, what are we talking about now? Are we talking about second or third?
Third.
Third is honorable mention.
Third or honorable mention? Yeah, maybe this is honorable mention.
Are you in agreement that this would be the honorable mention, the other one will be 3rd?
I'm fine with
Any negations?
Yeah, I'm fine with that too.
I would just do third and not do an honorable mention.
Okay,
but
What do you all think of that?
so this is, okay, let's, what is third? Show me third. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, and show me honorable mention possible.
So you don't like this one at all, Preston? That's it.
well, it's not that I don't like it. I mean, I just don't think it rises. I don't think it's as close to the other. And I also,
For community? For like a
Ye-
community portfolio? I mean, it is kind of event-based. I mean, the Great Harvest is, you know, a story entry.
it just, yeah, it just feels kind of
Everything else?
surfacey. I don't feel like we,
Everything else is based on events.
Yeah, we don't get in anybody's house.
Yeah, there's no intimacy with like
Yeah,
community. It's like things that are happening.
right.
It doesn't really show me anything, you know? Like I
Yeah.
don't feel for anything. Yeah, I'm actually good with that too. To
The other
just
two,
do
you guys
first
okay
two.
with it not going in at all? Or do you want it to be an HF?
That's fine.
Sharon?
Sure.
Okay. Questions, comments?
There's probably a photographer I know too in California. Sorry.
I think what we saw in this category with the lack of like really strong entries is basically signifies what's going on in the industry with local community journalism is in danger. You know, legacy organizations have given up on local journalism, and you know the only pathway forward now is for you know, freelancers, independents, and then you have, you know, some small nonprofits or community papers, you know, not papers, but organizations popping up. You know, I think the key is like, how can we get organizations like that the resources and the help and the funding that they need to carry on that work? You know, and it's scary. It's really, you know, we should be concerned.
All right, well, thank you all for the community. We have 2 left.
Do we have time for a very short bathroom break?
You do have short time. If you want to do a really, really short bathroom break.
We'll do the shortest.
Hi, we're back. How many we got here? Look at that,
Oh, nice.
looks better.
right?
Are you almost done?
National. Do I have to tell you what national is? Because I can if you'd like. Love reading to you all. Remind me to call you the next time at the story time. We're joking. I don't read to my kids. A portfolio of images created by an individual that covers their country's national news. The entry should contain up to 40 images. No international pictures may be entered in this category.
Ooh.
At least 2 picture stories are required. Okay?
But national based on the photographers.
But-
Nation
right,
of
nation,
origin.
so,
Yeah.
you know, they could be coming from
Right.
Hungary, and so then their stories are based out of Hungary.
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh.
So did you say do they not have to have singles? Is that part of the rules?
Well, a portfolio of images, the entry should contain up to 40, at least 2 picture stories. So if it's just picture stories they've done, that's fine.
Okay.
Then you get to rate it accordingly.
It's out for me.
In.
2 ins?
for me.
It also had a name and the captions on some of them.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, on the, when I was going.
Well, it's
through it.
out.
Doubly out. Put it down. Jeez. Those
I just realized I have two skills.
I'm out.
Here, another end?
Yeah.
Okay, another end.
Yeah, once I see the story, first story, I all of a sudden realize that that's not the story that. I'm glad that I didn't know that.
And the rats killed it for me. I'm sorry, I can't.
Is this international or national?
So it could be national in their own country, or a country, this could be,
Oh, they gotcha.
As long as it's one country.
as long as it's one country.
Oh, they gotcha.
Is this, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go
I'm not sure if I see two stories.
ahead. Well, they're supposed to separate in their stories, if there were two stories.
Oh,
This
there's
may-
two stories in there?
She says she's not sure if there are two stories. If there are two stories there to, they were to separate them. So it may be just one story, and there it is.
But the requirement was two stories.
The requirement is two stories.
Oh, interesting.
Let me make sure the requirement is two stories before I say something I shouldn't say.
This is portfolio, right?
Portfolio.
National.
National news.
At least two picture stories are required containing up to 12 images each.
All right, if we were looking at this, did we discern two photo stories, I think?
Well, it doesn't tell you if there's two.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could tell.
It's kind of hard for me to tell. There's
Well,
two.
regardless, it's a 12 minimum, there's only 22 pictures. There would need to be 24.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Out.
So is it out?
Yep.
It's the end for me.
Yeah, it could be in.
2 ends, next.
Let's see.
I want to know more, so it's in.
Okay, 1 end,
And
okay.
It's an income.
And
Yeah, it's in.
and
Out.
1 and 1.
In for now.
2 ins.
and
And
Down to 7.
we'll go through each contact sheet class. Yes, please.
This one, to me, fell apart with the, what is that medieval event?
I was, yeah, I had the same
Yeah,
thought.
brought it down.
Yeah.
I like that one picture. Yeah, it felt like it should have just been a single.
Yeah.
But I thought the first story was very well done.
Yeah.
I actually liked the first story. I felt better about the first story than I did the second one.
Yeah. First story's
Yeah.
great.
Right, really strong. Right.
Honestly, this one is, yeah, strongest I've seen of the
Yeah.
the whole mass shooting
Yeah.
coverage.
Yeah. Yeah, the third story really brings it down. As a football.
Yeah, I agree. I was like, question mark, why is it in there?
Yeah. It doesn't seem like, it doesn't play the same
Just
part.
don't put it in.
The
I
movements
also
are-
feel
Okay,
like
so I gotta tell you guys, since you're sitting back some, you've gotta speak up some because the mics aren't picking you up at all.
I also feel like the third story seems like the photographer has done it in one day, but the first two stories felt like the photographer has been spending time with, you know, the collaborators longer time. I just can't tell this on access.
Yeah.
I just feel like maybe that could be one of the considerations. Daily coverage versus maybe personal or longer form projects.
I can't do it. Not with that last story in there. We're
Yeah.
talking about a portfolio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with having any singles to compare it to.
Yeah, I'm okay with it being out.
Yeah.
Great, so,
Also wish this first story wasn't as strong as it brings it down.
I don't get the rat story.
wanna read what it's about?
Yeah, please. I need it. I need something.
Rat scallions.
I'm not gonna make comments about this portfolio review. This portfolio, sorry.
You get it now, or you want me to?
I'm sorry.
Members of the rat hunting group of pet dogs named the Rat Scallions hunt in celebration of 5 years since their group's creation through the Northwest neighborhood, DC.
Dog owners set their posse of pooches loose on urban rodents.
Okay. But can we just go through those? I mean, I hate to do it, actually, but I need to go through them, just to be fair. Yeah, I'm out. I can't do it. I don't know why I put that in there. But yeah, I can't do it. That's
I don't know. It doesn't hurt it to me. I mean, I wouldn't open with it as the first story, but you've got three other really good stories, and the rats are well done. It's interesting.
Really? You think it's well done?
Side story.
You think it's well done?
Yeah, I think it works.
I think it's very repetitive.
I don't know.
The rats.
Yeah.
It's shocking. I just don't see. I don't get it.
I mean, just pretend like it's not there for a minute,
If it
and then
wasn't
let's
there,
talk about it. Let's talk about it without the rats.
Okay.
Without the rats.
Y'all love that Trump story.
Yeah,
Love
this
it.
is a strong portfolio without that.
Exactly.
And
From
then-
that point on, it's a winner.
So there's 4 stories here, 3 of which we've placed in different categories.
Right.
So I don't see that, I mean, I don't have a problem with the rest to begin with, but I don't see that that's enough to bring it down.
Yeah, I can't. I'm just
Let's revisit.
opposed to advancing a portfolio with weak entries. It's a portfolio. It's supposed to be solid. There should be no weak points in it.
I
But
want
it-
to see our other options before I.
Okay.
I mean, for a story too, I can see a single falling off, but
Yeah.
I can't do it. Not for a portfolio. If it was this,
Those 3
Do
stories
it.
are strong.
yeah, absolutely. I don't know why I put that in there.
Especially as the first story.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like it's science. I mean, it's a weird story, but it's like a science story. It's an animal story. It's a little redundant. I mean, I think it could be brought down a little bit, but I think it's.
If you can argue the story, I just can't.
Okay, well, let's keep going. We'll come back.
I do have questions for you all. You think some of these stories were shot either black and white or they turned it like after that.
Like, did they convert it or did they shoot it in? That's a good
Just because
question.
it looked cooler, like
Yeah.
photographically.
Just looks like a conversion
Yeah,
to me.
nothing,
Yeah,
doesn't
this
look
is
like
like
film.
Yeah, it
color
doesn't look like
black,
film.
color black, color black and white and color black and white. I just have questions for that.
I think overall we have a lot of gratuitous black and white.
Yeah.
You feel the portfolio uses too much black and white?
Not this one in particular, I'm just,
Just overall.
speaking of everything we've seen over the last couple
No.
days.
I would.
I do like this portfolio.
This doesn't rise to the top.
Yeah. Same here.
I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like it's a solid body of work.
I thought it was solid too. It wasn't in my top 3 though.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I want to place it, but
I don't think it's out.
I feel better about this portfolio than the other two that I've seen.
I want to
Oh,
look
really?
through,
Mm-hmm.
I want to look through all of these before.
Just right now. I'm just being honest. I mean no disrespect, I really don't.
Can we look at the next one?
I was trying to understand that second black and white, that black and white story.
Oh, were you here?
No.
Yeah. So it was entered in another category. Which
Uh,
one was it? National.
Juniors.
General news.
See, I had to dip out. See, I missed it.
So it's a reaction to Jordan Neely, who was homeless and was put in a fatal chokehold
Okay.
by New York PD
Yeah.
while riding the subway.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay.
This one honestly is okay to me.
Yeah.
I'm okay to lose it.
I could lose this.
I could lose it.
Yeah, I liked the second story, but the Hawaii story felt really redundant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Al?
I'm out.
I really like this before.
Yeah, I think this is very strong.
This is very
Yeah, I
strong.
thought so too.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of emotions in this
Mhm.
portfolio.
Yeah.
And
It's very consistent, which I think relaxes
the,
it.
yeah. And the edit, the sequence flows pretty well in general.
Yeah.
The only thing it really lacked an abundance of are like strong moments. There was really strong scenes, but like as far as moments, like I see after the grief and loss, like the first, and this page to that, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
You know, so you got
I agree with you. It's, the variety isn't enough.
well,
More like medium.
it's still nice.
Yeah,
Nice
it's
to-
very nice.
it's still
portfolio.
nice.
I'm just saying if like
Yeah.
really have to nitpicking.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we got to offer critical feedback somewhere, right? So,
Like a lot of lines, you know,
and then, what's that image? It looks like the second row from the bottom, the first image, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I like this portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the top for me.
Yeah, me
Same
too.
here. Do you agree it's gonna be 2-star for now?
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
You know, I like this portfolio because it shows the both
both sides, like the, I don't know how you say the last guy's story profile. Are they someone who rescues homeless? And then there's a story about homeless earlier. Like both sides perspective. Security.
That's right.
One of the captions said he's a private security guard. And private security guard, yeah. But then that was story earlier was about a homeless man.
I'm not sure why we let off with that picture.
Was that?
So I'm not sure why they let off with that
Yeah,
to introduce
I
the
know.
character.
It's the weak link
Yes.
for me.
So,
yeah.
like, 1985. You know, I don't know about you all, but I've got homelessness and a drug addiction fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like we can just have a separate category for, addiction and
It
homelessness.
does feel like most of the categories have stories about drug addiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they are extremely big issues,
They
at
are.
least in California. I mean, and I think they've gotten way worse in the past year.
And that's my point, Preston, because it is such a big issue. And I'm just not seeing it done well,
Yeah. I'm not seeing it with a lot of agency from the people
Thank
that
you.
we are photographing.
Come on.
They're human. I want to see more humanity.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Right. It almost feels voyeuristic,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we in or out on this one?
I'm out.
I'm out too.
No?
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence, but. What was the story summary in the second story? Yes.
Which one?
Spider-Man. Oh.
8 years ago, Brenda Valenzuela survived a mass shooting at her college. Now she must relive that trauma annually when she sends her own children back for the beginning of a new school year. From the day of that shooting to the beginning of the school year, there have been at least 538 more school shootings in the United States, according to federal data.
I think this is a nice story. And I didn't even know exactly. I was trying to piece together what it was. I think we should not lose this portfolio yet, because I think it's actually pretty intimate, sensitively done, good kind of on the ground, good character-driven stories.
You think the last one holds up with the security, the cop?
I mean, I think it's all right. I mean, I don't love it, but I think, especially when you're talking about different ways to address these issues of drug addiction and homelessness, I think that this is an admirable way to tackle it.
What, that caption, was he praying there, or was he going? Was he praying?
The last one.
Yeah. Tears up.
Came across the body of a man who died of a suspected overdose.
And what was the first story? What's the summary on that one? And I agree, I don't like leading with this, for sure.
Yeah.
Almost. A daily game of Russian roulette, homeless in San Diego. It is the most dangerous time in modern history to be homeless in America. More people in the country's biggest cities are becoming homeless, more are living outside instead of in shelters, and a record number of people are dying in premature and preventable ways on the street. The toll in San Diego County has increased by nearly 10 times in the last decade, from 64 homeless deaths in 2014 to nearly 600 investigated by the medical examiner's office in the last year. Against that backdrop, Abdul Khoury, who is homeless, fights to stay alive.
I could see giving this portfolio honorable mention.
Some nice moments in this story.
And I do think that, the character-driven stories are more of a personalized way,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we can come back to this later. Because we have A left, isn't there?
I'm not quite sold on it, but I'm a bit closer based on your argument, Preston. I'm not ready to.
Can we go back to the grid?
I think there's one more.
Oh, look at that. Hey. Okay now.
I like the last portfolio.
The last one?
Yeah, I like this one.
Yeah, I thought this was
like
good
this one
too.
a lot. The first three, it's pretty well edited. I like this one. This one. Yeah, this thing is very poignant.
This is definitely a top 3 for me.
Yeah, actually, I thought the third story was like, was it the third, I think? The tornado was like surprisingly good, and we hadn't seen any of this work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, where did this come
There was
from?
some good
Yeah.
stuff in there. That's true. Yeah, some good seeing going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
This
Yeah,
is-
yeah. There's some intimacy
I
going
really
on.
like this portfolio, yes.
I thought that this was a bad call, but otherwise I thought this whole story was really good.
It's a good catch.
So this is 2-star?
Yeah, 2
Go back to the the other 3 stories to figure out which one will.
Well,
Not
the first
be
one
with us.
is the rat.
Preston, you didn't even like that story. You didn't even like the Trump story.
I know, I didn't, but I think in a portfolio, I like it a lot better because it rounds out the photographer for me.
Mhm.
I mean, I just didn't think that story was kind of an end all be all political story, but I think when you put it in a portfolio with
In a
something that's
portfolio.
more intimate and then surprising, yeah, I mean, I think this photographer is very well-rounded and photographing a lot of different parts of the community. It's impressive.
Yeah, this is a very strong photographer.
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt. Like, really, really great vision, proficient, narrative ability.
I think it could be 3rd place for me.
It's definitely in my top 3.
Just don't know why he edited in
I'm with
the
you on
rat story, man. But maybe it's just me. I
I want to see more context and less rat violence.
Yeah. I don't know. As someone who's battled rats in my time living in the woods, I don't know. I'm like, I got some respect for these dogs.
Oh, I got respect, man. Respect for those dogs. And the photographer.
Not that I've
I don't know,
watched the story.
it does, okay, let me, getting past, the nasty looking rats. It just feels really repetitive.
Yeah, I think
You
it's very
got the dogs pulling the rats apart, you got the rats with, the dog with the rat in his mouth, the dog with the rat in his mouth.
Does it feel? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it just doesn't, the story just doesn't feel well executed. I'm not opposed to the story at all. I'm just opposed to perhaps the way it's edited. I'm not opposed to the way it's shot. I think it's shot, very distinctive, with the hard flash. Right? That first photo is actually pretty damn good. I mean, that's like, damn, what we got going on here. And then it just dissolves into just, yeah.
Are these just regular people and their dogs?
I think so.
I want to see more of.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I mean, it also to me doesn't feel that different than that backyard. What would that? When
Yeah,
the guys
the
were all
backyard,
bloody,
yeah.
just like tearing each other up. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so what else we got?
Ukraine is a tough one.
Yeah.
I could lose this one.
We could lose it altogether.
Yeah, I think I could lose this one too.
Are we in agreement? Got 2 outs.
Yeah. I just can't make comments while the.
Okay.
You got, okay, out.
All right, it's out. All right, you're down to 4.
I just feel like the security guard story just falls apart.
It's an honorable mention for me.
Yeah, me too.
It's an honorable mention?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm good with that.
unless we're not going to do an honorable mention.
Well, let's put it there now for now. Let's see.
I feel like this category is stronger than the last one.
Yeah.
I feel better about the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ukraine's gonna be my first, and the last portfolio is gonna be my second place.
I think go with Ukraine first. It's definitely first or second.
Yeah. It's they can swap.
What would be second?
The Tennessee, starting with the Tennessee representative story.
Yeah.
Can we see that again?
The
Real quick?
last
Yeah,
portfolio.
yeah.
No, the last one.
Last portfolio.
Yeah, the first story is really well done. Strong singles. They flow well together.
Yeah, this is really
And
good.
tornado coverage is really not tornado. Is it tornado?
I think I like this for first and Ukraine for second. But I can be swayed. It's really close.
Thoughts?
Can we look at Ukraine again?
I feel like there's a bit more story range in the,
And Tennessee?
yeah. But I think this portfolio is really strong in communicating like what is happening in Ukraine right now.
I just feel like this one is cohesive. They're all together.
Yeah, strong.
Mm-hmm. And the
Consistent.
editing is better. I
The
think.
editing is really good.
Yeah, I think that this is the first place too.
I'm good with this.
Yeah, if you think about like, so you're talking about a portfolio, like a year's worth of like the best of your year,
Yeah.
right?
This is a very strong year.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts?
First place for me.
Yeah, be first.
All right, do you give this 5 stars, please?
And Tennessee the second.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Or which one do you want to see? The last one.
This one's second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 4 stars, please.
And then Rats third.
Yep.
Please still.
then the other one is, all right, comments, questions, love, no love?
You've got most of those.
Okay, we're on our last category. Do you want to get up and stretch? Do you want a breath of fresh air? What do you want to do? You tell me and I'll let you do what you need to do.
Do a 5-minute walk around.
5 minutes?
Yeah,
right?
just do it.
All right. I mean, I can give you 15 minutes if you want. You come back here at 3:30. international. Portfolio of images created by an individual that must include work made in at least 2 countries. The entry should contain up to 40 images, 2 picture stories, up to 12 images each. So they can be small picture stories. 2 countries, okay? If it were just 1 country, it would be put in national, hence it
You
being
guys did a quick
international.
Edom already? You did the quick Edom?
Yes. Oh, yeah. we did.
Oh, going? Wait, sorry,
International. Okay.
okay.
It doesn't have to limit in one country or area, right?
It has to be more than one country.
Right?
Yeah. Has to have at least 2 countries.
Who's playing soccer? I don't know much. Up with him.
Yeah, mushrooms.
Let's see this on.
Is this international?
Yeah, Singapore.
Singapore. Okay. Singapore and the US.
There's that picture.
Yeah, same here.
What's that?
Out.
I have one out,
Two.
two outs.
Yeah.
I hear one in,
And
do it.
Yeah, me too.
I have 2 outs, do I have 2 ins? Okay, it's out. 2 ounce?
3 ounce.
3 ounce.
Okay, all of these captions have a name.
Oh, yeah. Can we see? Thanks for catching that.
So get out of this portfolio.
Let's take a look. Yep.
Yeah. Is it in?
Mm-hmm.
Linda,
Hmm?
I would like to, I'm not gonna make comment about this before.
I'm in on
Okay.
it.
I've got 2 wins, it's in.
And
In.
Mm-hmm.
It's out for me.
Out. Out.
You out? I'm out too.
Out.
What is it for me? Gotta think there's 3 outs.
Before you update, can you go to the one, I think it was 13, I'm sorry, I have to do a little house cleaning. Can we take a 5? Yeah, you could go take a little break, but you don't have to undo it yet, because I need the one, no, I need the one that's smelling a little bit.
So smelling the,
Cool.
what is it?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
I need to figure out why this story is in here now, when it won POY in 2022.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you all outed it, thank God, but I'm not happy right now, because I'm like, wow, this looks really familiar, I remember this story. And so then I just did a search on it.
2022? It's 2 years ago.
It's 2 years ago, and they won 2022, it was a finalist in POYI, and I know it came through ours too, and it's come up again.
Same category, international?
I don't remember now, but
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter. You can shut that down if you want. Because we're taking a bathroom break, so if you want to kill that, but that should have, needed that to be live. So we're down to 4.
Can we see the contact sheets?
All right, let's see. Thank you. So interesting, once you put like a body of work together, some stories that may have not seemed so strong, they look,
Stronger.
yeah. I'm wondering if, after we page through, well, I guess it doesn't help. You know, we don't really need descriptions, right? Unless we're looking at individual stories.
I feel like a lot of these stories we've seen,
Yeah,
not all of them.
yeah.
The last two was pretty strong. So.
Got a little weaker in the middle on this one. The black and white photos I don't think are as strong.
They were really good visually. What's the story here?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
What's the second one?
The American military operation in Iraq promised to free its people by George W. Bush 20 years ago. Instead, plunged the nation into chaos and conflict.
Mm-hmm.
It just felt kind of distant.
Mm-hmm.
It's a story you can read without talking to a single person.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like a lot of the other images in this.
What's the story with the lung X-rays? What's going on with that story? What is that? It's at the top. Yeah. Is that? Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a chest X-ray.
I think it's a burn pit, right?
Is
At
it-
the beginning?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, this story I thought was very strong.
Story summary: the U.S. invasion of Iraq 20 years ago brought catastrophic consequences. Toxic exposure affected Iraqi communities near U.S. military bases where open burn pits were used for trash disposal. American veterans faced health issues, but the impact on Iraqis went unrecognized. Farmers witnessed harmful items burnt in pits, unaware of the health risks. The aftermath reveals a significant toll on both sides.
Yeah. That's interesting. I remember the issue of burn pits impacting American soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the seaweed is a smart story as well. There's a couple nice frames in there that make me interested in the story. Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the singles were really nice too.
Mm-hmm. Man, this is To me, this is a rather strong portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the last portfolio as well.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure it's as strong as the last one.
Mm-hmm.
But they're on the top 3.
Huh.
There's a different one that I like the most.
And they got the crossing story in there. Some singles.
Can we also see 1 and 2?
I take back what I said earlier, by the way, there are newspaper and independent photographers that enter this.
And, okay. This is nice. There's a certain familiarity to me, to a lot of the images. The conflict. Everything's well shot.
Yeah, there's some strong work in this.
What's the last one?
It's good.
I think this was my favorite.
Really?
Oh, I forgot about this. This is actually really strong.
Yeah. And the quality is there throughout the
Yeah.
whole portfolio.
And it's very interesting the way that this photographer edited this, like, you know.
Can we page through this again? 'Cause
From each way.
Yeah, I was confused too. Could we get the just a brief story
Oh
summary?
no!
Yep.
No!
No.
No!
Oh my God.
So sorry.
Hey, before you go, the fire photo though, the number 3. Can we get a caption on it?
Read it. On February 16th, 2023, a depositor stormed the house of the head of the Association of Banks, Saleem Sfai, with the local currency plunging to a new record against the dollar. Lebanese banks have restricted depositors' ability to withdraw funds.
Sorry, Mr. Sanchez.
Yep.
For anyone watching at home, the names
Thank
of
you.
the
Nice work.
Really? Sorry.
Okay, I'm following
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that was
Wow.
great work.
Really unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Can we look through all 3 remaining contact sheets again quickly?
Can we click on one of these just so I can make sure that captions are in? Because I'm gonna just pick on a picture. Thank you. Good.
Oh man. Same for the edit.
Mm.
I think the middle one is first for me.
The middle one?
Mhm.
Can I see that?
Yes.
I'm okay with that. I still think the black and white, it would be stronger without the black and white story.
Yeah, it needs a little focus.
Yeah,
But it's still a story.
I like the black and white, but I can also understand the criticism of it.
Yeah, I think it's missing.
I think I'm there, but I want to see the last one again.
You're still doing first, second, third place, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, it's photographers of the year.
Yeah, I think I'm with the group on this. Yeah. First here? Second first?
Can we see the first one more time?
This one is second to me, actually.
Yeah, I love this Ukraine story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Second place.
Yeah, I could go with that.
We good for this for second?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that would leave us with the other one. Gee, fancy that, for
Yay.
third.
Do you think the one that was
Well done.
disqualified? Yeah. Do you think that would have?
It would have gotten pretty high. I don't
Oh
know if it
yeah,
would have
only
gotten
like
first.
first or
but-
second.
It was first place for me.
Is it?
It would have
Oh my
been.
god, what a
I needed to
bummer.
hear story summaries because it was organized by country, which at first I was like, is it just random pictures in each country?
Yeah.
But as long as there was a story, cohesive story.
Yeah.
Literally, the photography editor was really interesting.
Yeah.
Like it was not like the most expected moments or photo like from those areas. It's like some kind of poetic kind of I don't know how to describe it. It's really nice.
Yeah.
Oh, what a bummer.
Thanks, Linda.
Thank you so
You
much.
did great, Linda.
And
Driving this ship.
How about right here, these guys?
I know, right? Yay!
Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. Yo, really hungry.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yes. Wow.
Did it.
Did we
Sure.
finish first? Do we win?
Oh, we always finish first. I think, I've got to believe we finished first, but I'll go out there and find out. This is about the time we finished last year, too.
Oh, really?
Amazing.
I try to do it where everything gets done the first day.
Yeah, and then-
Because they take, this international one takes some time.
Take some time.
The 2 extra, whatever. You know, Boiselle wasn't here, so I went through it with.
Yeah, exactly. I'm okay with that.
All right, taking us off.